Good morning and a very cool and breezy welcome to day 2 of the 3-day race weekend here at the Pertamina Mandalika Racing Circuit for the round 4 of the FIM Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship. Yesterday we had all the practice sessions. Today is the all-important qualifying and race 1. A quick update of what has happened yesterday. Nazrul Izzat, our championship leader for the Underbone 150, has been declared unfit after a crash in practice. So speedy recovery to Nazrul Izzat, and we keep on moving forward. We have a lot of wildcard names for this weekend. We have none other than Dimas Eki Pratama, a legendary rider from Indonesia. Irfan Ardiansyah coming for a wildcard with SCK Racing Team. Galang Pratama as well. He'll be here for the 250s. And Ray Ratukore. A lot of popular names. And if we move up into the 600 category, we have Kengo Naga replacing the injured Andi Muhammad Fadli, who had a fantastic performance in Motegi. So we're looking forward to Kengo's performance. And in the ASBs, it's once again going to be an exciting battle between Yuki, Hafiz, Aslan, Shoni Shimura, and so many more names who are really fighting at the top. Today the weather has taken a turn. We did not predict the really dark clouds and windy conditions that we're about to have. But we're excited for the action, and without much further ado, the riders are ready to go out on track. You can hear the bikes in the background. It's going to be hot action today. Join us live, stay updated on social media, and we're going to catch you on track.
And a very warm welcome from me. This is Barry up in the commentary box. Daniel will be joining me soon, but we're just having a look here at this magnificent and surprisingly challenging Mandalika circuit here in Lombok Island. As Daniel said, the weather is surprisingly a lot cooler. There's been cloud bubbling up just offshore. Now it's over the circuit. We're not anticipating rain, but we'll keep you updated, of course, on that. But also we have a lot of stories from yesterday, the big one, because we're going to be starting this morning with the split qualifying session for the Underbone 150s. The big story there is that Nazrul Izzat Bahudin, defending champion and championship leader, is out for this weekend after a crash yesterday. He in fact had a miserable day with a mechanical problem in free practice 1, and in free practice 2 he got out late and crashed on his outlap and has tweaked his collarbone. But we're going to have a look at the top 3 here from yesterday. Fahmi Bassam, a rider that we're increasingly used to seeing at the top of the timing screens. Murabur Vitoni was second, and Dimas Julie. But then when we got to practice 2, it was Gupita Krishna who got the best time of the day. Gupita Krishna, winner from race 2, last time out at Motegi, and he was chased all the way by another former champion, Akir Aziz. And now we'll look in a moment at combined practice, the top 3, because this is the crucial metric that we go with for the split qualifying. So the riders you see coming out now are coming into a 10-minute qualifying 1 session. So this is for the 13 riders in the second half of the table. In fact, it's 12 because Nazrul is listed on this and he's unfit to ride. So the top 2 riders from this session will go through into qualifying 2. This is just a 10-minute session, and probably what you'll see will be a very quiet first 2 or 3 minutes, and then it'll all go completely crazy as these riders look for track position, look for slipstream, and try to get through to qualifying 2. After qualifying 2, just to give you a heads up, it's not the job done for the Underbones, because the top 10 from qualifying 2 will go into a Super Pole shootout for the first 10 places on the grid. These Underbones now, of course, on their outlap. getting used to the circuit and the conditions, because as Daniel said in his introduction, it was much cooler this morning. With that cloud cover we've got, track temperature now down at 30 degrees. Air temperature probably 5 degrees cooler than that without looking. And here we are at Mandalika. 4.3 kilometers, 17 turns. No real elevation changes, although there are 1 or 2 crests on the circuit. Plenty of runoff area, as you can see. If somebody makes a mistake, they have a chance to get back on. Green flags wave as they go through their outlap. And from the commentary position, as the first riders go through to begin this short qualifying 1 session, the flag marshals wave the green flags. So it is go, and no doubt race control will have told these riders to get a move on and not to dawdle around. Let's see if they do. It's a promising start anyway, as Wayu Aji Trelaksana, the number 60, double champion, whose last championship was in 2022, now riding for his very own team, Racetech 60, and he's fielding 3 riders, including himself, this weekend, just to make it interesting. But Wayu Aji didn't make the cut for qualifying 2, so he's going to have to do it the hard way. Looking at qualifying times from yesterday, Wayu Aji was 17th, his best time was 1:55.7, which was almost 2 seconds slower than the best time of Gupita Krishna, the rider off there. Didn't quite catch who that was, sorry about that, because I was peering at numbers. On your screen now, Giancarlo Maurizio, number 27. Pick them out. So we've got Shirat Shauki in the purple, number 70. Number 96, that's Hafiz Faril Rasiadan. And the number 27 for Yuma Racing Philippines, Giancarlo Maurizio. Giancarlo, always quick, looking for a good result this year. They pan out to complete as the first flying lap done. And coming through here is Faraz Putra for Cardinals on the bright blue number 11 machine with the yellow wheels. Running with him is Shafiq Rosli, number 36. So 2 really exciting young riders here into the underbone category. You do have the veterans like Gupita, like Wayu Aji. But you have some young stars coming through too. Like Shafiq Rosli just gliding inside his fellow Malaysian. And Alif Daniel, a wildcard rider on the number 18 machine. Replacement rider, I'm sorry. Has just moved into second. And a wildcard, Husni Zainul Fauzi, is in P1. So Husni and Alif provisionally are the riders that will go through, but chasing them on the timing screens are Shafiq Rosli, Giancarlo Maurizio. They are third and fourth. Shirat Shauki is next up. So on your screen there we have Alif Daniel, that's the number 18 there. And Afif Amran, number 50, one of the veterans. He will forgive me for saying that, but he probably can't hear me at the moment. Afif Amran, one of the greats of underbone racing in ARC and in his home country of Malaysia. Riders cross the line again, and there are just 3.5 minutes remaining to sort out who will be progressing through into qualifying 2. So all eyes on the timing screens. Still Husni and Alif at the top. Shafiq Rosli just behind, well, half a second behind in fact. Wayuaji Trilaksana moving up the order. He's now 4th after the last lap. Ahmad Fazrul Sham currently 6th on a 1:57, and then it's Giancarlo Maurizio and John Emerson Ingito, the 2 Filipinos. They're all still very much to play for. It's almost sure to come down to the last time around. And after this lap, there should be another 1 flying lap. There we go. We're looking there at Surat Shauki. On our screens now, the number 143 of Husni Zainul, currently top of the timing screens by a handy 0.3 of a second. He's going to want to hold on to that advantage if he possibly can. And he's just gone through the first sector in the fastest time in this session. Personal best for the second sector, so it's looking good for an improvement for Husni, the Indonesian. This is such a strong sport in Indonesia. We've got some amazing wild cards. Last year the wild card served us up Aditya Fauzi, who's in for full-time this season with Racetech 60, and he's been absolutely phenomenal. He scored a 4th place here as a wild card a year ago, and he's currently 3rd in the 2024 championship. That is Afif Amran just behind those 2. Number 18. Alif Daniel bumped down to 3rd by Afif Amran. So the experienced Afif now provisionally in line to go through to qualifying 2. But it's definitely not over yet. These riders should get another flying lap after this one. That was 1:54.5 for Husni. That's a full 1.6 second advantage over Afif Amran. There is Wayuaji Trilaksana, the distinctive number 60, riding for his very own Racetech 60 team. He's currently in 5th and off qualifying. Number 22 goes through. That's John Emerson Gito. Number 11, that's Fares Putra. Fares currently, oh, I beg your pardon, that's Fazrul Sham, number 11. Fares is already in qualifying 2. Fazrul Sham currently in 6th with a 2.5 second deficit on Husni. Most of these riders improving their sector times as they go through, as you'd expect from this very short session. Wayuaji just getting boxed out there by Fazrul. Somebody's going to have to do something really special to knock Husni off the top spot here. Now, we go through one more time. Checkered flag is out, so that is in fact the last time around for those riders. So it looks like, well, Wayuaji Trilaksana leapt up on that last lap. He's put himself in 2nd place. I think that is going to be the finishing order. There's nobody else coming through with a fast time. So Husni Zainul Fauzi and Wayuaji Trilaksana look like they will be going through to qualifying 2. What a breathless session that was. And here are the results coming up just as quickly as Husni himself. Husni Zainul Fauzi for Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia Racing Team, 1:54.519. Next to him with a brilliant late last lap, Mayuaji Trilaksana for race tech 60. FIM ran just bumped off the qualifying 2. Shafiq Rosley for Uma Racing was 4th. Alif Daniel was 2nd at 1 point, but dropped down to 5th. 6th, Fajrul Sham. 7th, John Emerson Quito, and 8th, Pirapong Lubu Peng. The 3rd to 8th do not make the way through to qualifying 2. And next up, Giancarlo Maurizio didn't make it count in that session. Sharat Shauki for GG Galak Galak ex-GDT Racing Team was 10th. 11th, Hafiz Favrul Rasyadan for SCK Honda. 12th, Masato Fernando, and there was no time recorded for Kiki Sudirman Manurung. And of course, Nazarul is unfit to race officially, so he didn't take part and will not take part this weekend. So let's just have another look at that fast and furious underbone qualifying 1. So it was Mayuaji Trilaksana, the number 60, who led the riders out on the outlap. There was an early out there for, that was Kiki Sudirman, who went out early. But we saw some really aggressive work in the first couple of laps from Ali Daniel. FIM ran, kept plugging away all the way through, looked as though he was going to get through. That's the number 143, that is a number to watch out for this weekend. He was pushing all the way through and was at the top of the timing screen for most of the session and kept improving. So, big question, what's he going to do later in Superpole, if he indeed makes it through to Superpole, and what will he do during the race? Shafiq Rosley and Mayuaji running together. Two of the fastest riders here. Fajrul Sham, number 11 on the Cardinals machine. Barging his way past Mayuaji as they came through to the final time around. Mayuaji just knocked back there, but he had done enough. As the checkered flag came out, Mayuaji managed to lift himself into 2nd and made his way through to qualifying 2. So we are going to take a very short break, and in 5 minutes time we will be back with qualifying 2. So we are here at a breezy and slightly cloudy Mandalika for qualifying all morning today for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Ada penjelasan terlebih lagi sebelum kita akan bisa melihat untuk bola menghadirkan kembali lagi qualifying 2 yang saat ini terlihat. We still have 1 minute to go before we are tertuju pada qualifying 2, and the Akitasis Malaysia is already prepared for the his action right now for the qualifying. Dan tentu saja kita bisa melihat begitu Resna Wardana, Ringkat Yusuf Abdullah Indonesia, Paras Putra, Fadil, Hafiz Pranamania Indonesia, Wildcard Riders kita, lalu juga ada Riza Zeryadi, Alias Aksan Ismaya, Ricky Ibrahim, Gusti Zainab Yakni, Randy Sakera, Walat Muradi Kotani, Aditya Fauzi, standing pound ketiga Asia sejauh ini. Namun dipegang dengan baik oleh seorang Aditya Fauzi yang kemarin juga cukup on fire bagi dirinya hadir di Mandalika Racing Series. Ada juga hadirnya juga Kitas Julian Berko dan juga Sami Baza. Itulah dia. Andangnya kita bisa melihat kesiapan yang boleh dilakukan Wahyu Aji Laksana, Rasta 60 Racing Team, di mana penggawanya Mr. Remy dan juga Mr. Anton Ralayan saat ini juga hadir di sana untuk boleh mengawal riders terbaik mereka. Atang kedua adalah Hafiz Pratama Aditya, di mana adalah Wildcard Riders. Bendera hijau sudah dikibarkan oleh kawan Marsha kami. Tanda bahwa Riders qualifying kedua boleh pulang.
Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us after that short break. We are just looking there at the bike and helmet of Nazrul Izzat, the championship leader and defending champion, who is not taking part in this morning's qualifying session as he's been declared unfit to race after a crash yesterday which caused a wrist and collarbone injury. Not super serious, so he will be back for round 5, which will be in Sepang in September. But enough to keep him out here, and that is likely to do all sorts of things to the championship. But we have just a 10-minute qualifying 2 session for the underbones, and that is Idemitsu FIM leading the field out. What we've got here is the fastest 14 riders from combined practice yesterday, or the fastest 12 from combined practice yesterday, plus 2 that have come up from qualifying 1. Those 2 being Husni, who was sensational in qualifying 1, and Wayu Aji Trilaksana, who made up for a lackluster free practice day yesterday. They're joined in race tech 60 by Hafid. And Hafid is in the session 2. That scene was a lot sunnier yesterday. Okay, so riders to look out for. The 177 that went through there. Idemitsu FIM. He's got Hafid, wildcard teammate behind him. In fact, all these riders are riders to look out for. Delighted to say that Daniel Bogers is back with me in the commentary box for now, before he goes on his travels again.
Yeah, it will be a lot of walking today. We have a busy morning and a busier afternoon with race 1 coming up. But it all begins with the qualifying 1 and 2 for the Underbone 150s. It's a completely different situation weather-wise than what we anticipated. We were looking at sunny weather all throughout the weekend. However, this morning it started with quite a decent amount of wind and a lot of potential rain clouds. Really not forecasted at all. But from what I hear from the locals, it has been unpredictable recently.
Yeah, and track temperatures down at 30 degrees. So that is cooler than we saw even at this time yesterday. And there's literally been no sun on the track today.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gloomy day, but the good thing so far is there's not been a drop of rain, so we'll keep an eye out for that. But the wind is going to pick up. We're expecting stronger winds in the afternoon, so for the Underbones and the 250s, they will really feel that, especially on the second half of this track.
Yeah, so with the absence of Nazrul Izzat Bahudin, unfortunately, that could blow and probably will blow the championship much wider open than it was. He's currently sitting in his hospital bed, unfortunately, with a 14-point lead. Riders who can threaten him in second and third in particular are Akid Aziz for JRT Pittsbike One Way, and Idemitsu FIM, the number 177 for Race Tech 60. We can see just in the middle of that group there on that bright green Yamaha.
Yeah, Idemitsu FIM, he's in good form in Motegi, 9 points and a win for himself in race 2. Sorry, second place in race 2, and then Akid Aziz a win in race 2. So both of these riders really on form, and both of them in the top 3 timing-wise from yesterday's practice sessions. So it's going to be a good battle in race 1 and race 2, and it does open the door for Akid Aziz and Idemitsu FIM to catch up or even take the lead in the championship for points.
Yeah, we're looking at Raykat Yusuf there for the number 12 machine. Just see if we can pick out. There he goes. He's running with Raykat. Sorry, that's Raykat there with Wayu Aji just behind him. There is just 4 minutes left of this session, Daniel. And
no one has said a flying lap yet.
Nothing really to look at yet. I have to say that qualifying 1 topping lap by the number 143 there was absolutely phenomenal. And it's not done by the end of this session. These riders are targeting to finish in the top 10 so that they can go through to the Super Bowl shootout for the first 10 places on the grid for race 1 this afternoon. Number 202 for Team One for All is Dimas Juli Admoko. He previously rode for LFN HP 969, the Indonesian team that has had such an impact here in the last few seasons. There is the fastest rider from combined qualifying yesterday, Gubita Krishna, winner of race 1 last time out in Motegi. So very much on form, but as we were saying yesterday, Daniel, he had 3 DNFs, and yet he's sitting, without looking now, 5th in the championship.
Yeah, it's a similar story for Fahmi Bassam as well, who had a race win in race 1, then didn't collect points, and then it was just a tough next few rounds for him. So some of these riders really, they have had fantastic performances every now and then it just fell short, either in the form of a DNF or just getting pushed out of the top 15 group. So this weekend can really be a game changer championship-wise. It's a home race for the majority of the grid. I think we have about 70 or 80% of the riders being from Indonesia, so a lot of them on form, a lot of them having raced here in the circuit just a couple of weeks ago. So it's going to be really exciting how this weekend turns out.
Yeah, I was saying in qualifying 1, just the depth and breadth of talent in underbone racing in Indonesia is quite something, and it's easier to count the non-Indonesians this weekend.
I saw Gubita Krishna coasting around, and they really don't have much time left. They've got 2 minutes left. Gubita has yet to set a fast lap. Murabil, Ricky, and Rizal also yet to set a fast lap. So they begin this one now. They might just make it around for 1 more lap after this, but
I don't think they will, Daniel.
yeah, it's a real push.
Yeah.
It has to be a 152, a high 152 or a low 153 for them to make it.
That hasn't happened yet this weekend. But Gubita's giving it a push. He's at the front here.
I think, is that Murabil that was with him, or?
Yeah, that's
Murabil. Oh no, that's
no.
Ricky Ibrahim, who's with
Yeah.
Gubita.
Yeah, Murabil 157, Ibrahim 127. And that's Hafid Pradamatitya with the black helmet on the green machine. He's the wildcard in for the Race Tech 60 team this weekend. There he goes, just off to the right of your screen.
Interesting trio that we have here. Gubita, we've got Ricky as well as Aldias, so 2 wildcards with him. 2 hungry talents trying to make the name known in the underbone scene.
Yeah, important thing is that they don't get in each other's way.
And so far it looks like they are helping each other. None of them pushing another one wide, but we have someone falling off here. This should be one of the wildcards.
Yeah, we should know because of the Dayglow yellow colour. We do need to see the number of that wildcard machine. But there goes Hafid, just ahead of this group of Aldiaz, Gubita and Ricky Ibrahim.
Dimas is on a really fastest first sector from him. Trying to look at Aldiaz. Aldiaz is on a decent lap as well, not fastest in any sector, but it's a good lap coming in from Aldiaz. Yeah, just a few seconds left. They will make it across, taking the checkered flag.
Yeah, checkered flag's out now. So yeah, they just missed it. I think Dimas Juli 153.779.
Akiraziz shoots up into second place. He was just behind the trio that we were watching. Here we have Dimas coming through. Aditya Fauzi's in the... Oh, Aditya Fauzi's come across with a much lower lap time. So Aditya Fauzi, but Dimas 153.3, nearly a second clear.
Yeah, that's the fastest time we've seen this weekend. Gubita's best time on combined free practice yesterday was 153.8. So that is phenomenal. We've seen Dimas Juli passed over 1 lap before. There's no doubting his speed, and we're willing him to turn that speed into race results. Perhaps he'll do it this weekend. Brilliant performance from the young Indonesian on that frantic last lap. Another brilliant performance from Akiraziz too. So there it is. It was a 153.325 for Dimas Juli Admoko for Team One for All. Akida's is. For Pits Bike One Way, JRT Tech 2 was second. Murabil Vitoni, always fast, always up there. For Yamaha LFN HP 969 was third. Fourth, the brilliant Idemitsu Fauzi for Race Tech 60. Fifth, Faris Putra for Cardinals. Rekat Yusuf for SCK was sixth. Seventh, Husni Zainal Fauzi, who came through from Q1. Aldiaz Axel for Yamaha Yamalube, he was in P8. Full of fast wildcards, this field. And what we're looking for is the next two riders up, who will make it through into Superpole later this morning. And they are Ricky Ibrahim for Yamaha LFN HP 969 and 10th, Fahmi Bassam for the same team. Yamaha LFN 969, the number 222. Just missing the cut for Superpole was yesterday's fastest rider, Gubita Kresna for S1M. 12th was Hafid Matitya, I do beg his pardon, for Race Tech 60. And Wayu Aji Trilaksana, Race Tech 60 boss and twice Underbone champion. 13th. 14th was Rizal Feriadi for Merak Race Tech Racing Team. That was qualifying 2. We'll have another look at the highlights of that session, which were basically the last lap. And you can see the windy conditions there that we're doing. So let's just take another look now as we can recap. Yep, there's the wind indicator. It's very windy. So Hafid for Race Tech 60, the wild card at the front here as they came round to complete, I think that was the second flying lap. There was only about 3 flying laps done by this field. There is Hafid, behind him number 23, Gubita Krishna, yesterday's fastest rider. Aldiaz, number 69, was there all the way through too. One bike went out with mechanical problems, no fallers, thankfully, this session. But it was Ricky Ibrahim, the number 127 for LFNH Putra. And Aldiaz, the number 69, running with Gubita Krishna, and it looked as though these three were helping each other to the fastest lap time. They came through for the last time around, and they were quick, but off camera there was some really good work being done by Dimas Julie. Those riders crossed the line. There is Hafid at the front, followed by Ricky, Aldiaz and Gubita. Then as they came across, LFNH Putras, Dimas Julie at Moko came through. There he goes, and he jumped up to the top with 1:53.325, the best time of the weekend to take him through to Superpole. We're going to go to Daniel, who is, I think, in the TVS garage.
So Dimas, big congratulations. It was a fantastic time in qualifying. Could you tell us what your feeling is for this week and what's your expectation for the race?
Untuk feeling, saya berusaha tadi mencuri angin dari rekan-rekan yang lain. Saya dari belakang mencoba untuk nge-push sampai ke rombongan depan. Untuk persiapan buat race, saya udah persiapkan dari EP1, EP2, dan KTT ini. Semoga di race 1 dan di race 2 ada rezekinya untuk naik podium di sini.
So the quick translation was that he was looking for slipstream throughout the session qualifying, and for the race, going to take the data and preparation that they've done from free practice until now, and hopefully he'll make it onto the podium. So thank you so much, Dimas. Congratulations and good luck.
Love you.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
Welcome back, everyone, to Pertamina Mandalika International Street Circuit on the island of Lombok. It's Saturday morning, and this is round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. That means it's all about qualifying. We've had qualifying 1 and 2 sessions for Underbones. The Super Bowl shootout for those guys will be coming a little later this morning. Now we've got a split qualifying session for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. This is qualifying 1A, which is for the slower 8 riders on combined free practice times. Yesterday, they had 2 free practice sessions yesterday. So this is a good opportunity to look at some of these riders. I'm happy to say once again that Daniel is alongside me here, but we've got some talent in this 1A qualifying session. I noticed yesterday Chiran Vishwanath was looking competitive for much of free practice. Ati Kange, we've seen him going well. We've seen Kim In Jae improving all the time, and we've seen Muzakir struggling a little bit as he comes back from injury.
Yeah, Muzakir is still not having the easiest of weeks. I think that injury really has taken a toll on his fitness as well. So it's a big question mark for Muzakir because he is the defending champion, and those hopes of defending the championship are slowly running away.
Yeah, very unfortunate, because when he took the championship at the end of last season, he was as fit as a butcher's dog. I mean, he was in fantastic shape back then.
Yeah, he's somebody who takes his fitness quite seriously, and he really was an example for fitness in the Malaysian motorsport scene. But yeah, it is unfortunate. Things happen in racing such as these, so it's going to be a tough weekend. It's going to be a battle for him. I'll try to get a word with him just so we can get a gauge on how he's really doing.
Yeah, he was the rider who led this qualifying 1A field out, and he's at the front of the group now. You can see, I think they're going there through turns 3 and 4. Number 12 there with him is Irvin Eksan, the Singaporean rider. He's finding it, the level here, a challenge to say the least, but everybody finds that when they come into this championship. I'm surprised to see Dekitiano Aldi placed 4 in the standings, down in 4th here, the only regular Indonesian rider in TVS Asia One Make Championship. We do have Shirul Amin as a local wildcard this time. Number 6 going through there was KY Ahmed. 18 is Shirul, the wildcard. And there is Chiran Vishwanath, who at certain stages in free practice yesterday was leading. Gets a bit of a shake on there, but at certain stages yesterday he was leading the much fancied Sartak Shaban.
Yeah, Chiran was, this is probably the most impressive we've seen him all season. So it could be a step up that Chiran has done in his training. Maybe he's just found a new feeling and just put in that extra work. And it's really paying off, so we'll see how he fares this weekend in the race.
Yeah, it's good to see riders from countries who haven't previously found themselves winning races at international level. So we have Chiran, we have Kewe Ahmed, and we have Sartak in this series. Staying there with Chiran at the front of that group, together with Ati Kange. I was surprised to see him not make the cut for qualifying 1B. There's Chiran giving a good push. And he has the fastest time so far, although there may only have been 1 proper flying lap so far.
Yeah, 146.9. It's nearly his fastest lap time from yesterday. Fastest lap he did was a 146.7. So a good start from Chiran. If he can find a little bit more, he should be on the road to qualifying 1B.
So Ati followed Chiran across the green area there as they came through. So this lap might be disqualified.
Just a bit of target fixation there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ati's been looking good. And yeah, as you mentioned, it's a surprise to me as well that he didn't make it straight to 1B. So Ati will be looking to get that final spot.
Yeah, Ati has been spent a lot of time following Morapong, the championship impresario, let's say, rider behind this whole one make race series. And as you were saying yesterday, Daniel, the great thing about one make series, and we've seen a few over the years in ARRC, is that it does give riders from countries not established in motorsports. Oh, frustration there from Chiran. What was that about?
I think he maybe just he made a mistake somewhere, and I guess he just saw that the time was near, but not nearly good enough. It was a 1.7.1 for him on that lap, so very nearly a good improvement for him.
Yeah, it is. Ati Kange provisionally the fastest two. He'll go through to qualifying 1B. Going through there is Dekitiano Aldi, who should be expecting himself to go through. Home race for Deki, third season in TVS Asia One Make Championship. So he needs to make something of this season. See a lot of straight marks, chalk marks from yesterday's action. We did have a lot of crashes, not so many in this category though.
Yeah, TVS was quite uneventful in terms of crashes. The other categories really did find some challenges in. But TVS has been quite clean throughout this weekend. But we'll be looking out for the weather because it is significantly different from what we had yesterday and really contrasting to what we had last year, whereby the temperatures were soaring up. And this morning really starts with a lot of clouds, a lot of cloud cover, strong winds. Muzaki now.
Yeah, he's on a good lap now.
Yeah, he's got fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2, so Muzaki finding some late form in qualifying 1A. It's really what we want to see from the defending champion.
Yeah, he's going to jump into one of those two top slots unless there's an error in the final sector. He jumps to the top spot indeed. 146.387.
That's a whole second and a half faster than what he's done yesterday, so really good job from Muzaki.
Yeah, that was a good lap. And in the much longer 20-minute sessions yesterday, the best time recorded by, of course, Hiroki Ono, 145.236. So that is a very decent time from Muzaki. Ati pushing now the number 11. Currently in second and provisionally set to go through to qualifying 1B. He's got KY Ahmed, the Indian rider, just ahead of him.
Chirant is on a really good lap. Fastest sector 1 coming in from him. Him and Jay as well, good improvements coming from him.
41, 39 seconds to go. Muzakia is off, so that 146.387 is his pitch for qualifying 1B. Irvin, number 12, currently 7th on 151. It's Muzakia and Ati. Chirant having a look from P3 and on a really good lap now. Done the fastest sector 1, sector 2, personal best sector 3. But Chirant threatening to go through. Ati also on a decent lap. Checkered flag is out.
Chirant goes up to the top.
No, he does break through Chirant. Pushes Muzakir down to second. That doesn't matter to Muzakir because that's his passport through to qualifying 1B. Ati pushed down into third. That will be the Indian Chirant and the Malaysian Muzakir, the defending champion, will go through to qualifying 1B. Will be coming up very, very soon. So Ati didn't quite make it. Dekitiano didn't make it. those will be their starting positions for the grid this afternoon. There he is, great performance there from Chirag Vishwanath, 146.3, very decent time, just a few hundredths faster than Muzakir Mohammed. Ati Kangair was third, just outside the qualification zone for 1B. Dekitiano Aldi didn't make it through to fourth. Irvin Eksan came up later in the session, improved his time by 3 seconds into fifth. Kim Min Jae, 148.6 was sixth. Seventh was KY Ahmed. And Sharul Amin, the Indonesian wildcard, was eighth with a time of 151.587. So, an interesting, hectic, as these 10-minute qualifying sessions always are. We'll have another look at that in just a moment. Here we go. At the beginning, it was Muzakir carrying that #1 plate by virtue of his title in 2023. He did lead them out. We saw some really good work coming in from him throughout the session, from Ati Kangair. And a real strong push there from Chirag on the number 8 machine. Got Ati number 11 behind him. Two of the quick riders who, coming through this TBS Asia One Make Championship. Number 5 there is Dekitiano Aldi, an Indonesian, hoping to go through to qualifying 1B. But as ever in a 10-minute session, Ati there getting out of shape as he pushed for one of the top 2 slots. But at this point it was Muzakir at the top, Ati chasing. But we can see from the timing screen that Chirag was on a charge. And the number 8 did make it count. Irvin Eksan had a very good last lap, continues to improve. But it was Chirag who came up the last time around as they flashed across the line with that 146.3 to send him through to qualifying 1B, and he'll be joined in qualifying 1B by Muzakir. We're going to take a 5-minute break now. When we come back, it will be for, of course, qualifying 1B, which will determine the top 8 starting positions for race 1 this afternoon. So stay with us. We're at Mandalika for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
sudah masuk baru memasuki untuk kualifikasi waktu terbaik bagi riders Asia kita. Dan di mana saat ini adalah sebelah tadi Anda bisa melihatnya adalah kualifikasi 1A untuk TBS Asia Waktu Championship, dan sebentar lagi kita akan melakukan untuk kualifikasi 1B untuk TBS Asia Waktu Championship. Setelah itu juga kita punya kualifikasi sebelum selesainya resmi istirahat sore dan juga makan siang yang kita lakukan. Sebelum itu adalah setelah itu kualifikasi atau juga kualifikasi baik itu adalah untuk April 250 atau juga Asia Open 250 cc, lalu juga Super Sport 600 cc, Under 150 nanti akan hadir dengan top riders only untuk Super Bowl.
Welcome back to Pertamina Mandalika International Street Circuit on the island of Lombok. It's Saturday morning. This is ARRC round 4, which means we are into qualifying. And keeping cool, calm, and collected in the garage there was Hiroki Ono. Normally he does his he has his relaxed time on the circuit during each qualifying session, but he's choosing to come out after everyone else. There are 8 riders in this session. The fastest 6 from yesterday, plus Muzakir and Chirant, who've just come through from qualifying 1A. Looking across at the Indian Ocean there, you can see that conditions are a lot more overcast today. Track temperature just creeping up from 30 degrees when we started here an hour and a half or so ago, 2 hours ago, to 31.7 now. So virtually no sun beating down on the track as it was yesterday. So cool temperatures. We've seen nice clean sessions for Underbones and TVS so far, meaning no crashes, no incidents, just some good riding. And there you can see 2 riders coming out. There's the 2022, the inaugural champion, Orapong Malahuan, and Hiroki Ono. 8 minutes remaining, Daniel.
That was interesting. I'm surprised that Orapong was just waiting there, and I can fully expect that to be because he's waiting for Hiroki Ono. So I wonder if there was just a little bit of an agreement between the pair of them. Orapong saying, look, you're already going to win the championship. Well, you're on the way to win the championship. Do you mind if I follow you for a bit?
Yeah, and he is the boss. He is the project
Exactly,
leader.
yeah.
So yeah, hopefully the answer was yes, boss.
Because the idea could be that it is just beneficial for TVS and for Orapong anyways to see what Hiroki is just doing correct, and Orapong can get an idea of what the other riders can do better, perhaps for him to give advice, and as well as to develop the bike further.
Yeah, I'm sure there are all sorts of reasons. Vorapong's a persuasive character, and he's a very quick rider, and what was notable from speaking to him this weekend is that he's kind of tired of not being on the podium. He does love to have his moment in the limelight at the end of races. He's a superb, very experienced racer. He's been in this game for 20 years now, despite his youthful appearance. There's Rish Takahira, the number 10. Just to mark out the key runners and riders here. That's Chirant, who came through brilliantly from qualifying 1A. Somewhere in there is the number 9 of Sartak Shaban. Sartak has come in fast and furious, not always consistent, but he really is bringing something to this TVS Asia One Make Championship. What do you make of his progress so far, Daniel?
Yeah, I think Sartak, when we saw him last season in Buriram, we thought, okay, this kid is going to instantly fight for the championship. And we're not too wrong in his points tally right now. He is 3rd, but it just has been an up and down season for him. I think if Sartak can just find that consistency, there's no reason why he wouldn't be a championship contender.
Yeah, I admired his candor in the interviews on Thursday when he, when he just said, I'm learning at this level. It's difficult to take everything into account. He was referring in particular to the being black flagged in race 2 in Motegi when he jump started, didn't notice the ride through penalty and didn't do it in time, and therefore got black flagged, and he was just honest about his mistake. So there is Hiroki Ono, followed by Warapong Malahuan. So this could well be a plan, as you posited, Daniel. Let's see what happens. Warapong doesn't look by any means outpaced at the moment, but we have a full 5 minutes left, which is plenty of time for Hiroki Ono to break the heart of the experienced rider following him.
Yeah, Hiroki only needs a couple of minutes. But you can see Hiroki just checking behind himself. So I wonder whether it is just a situation of follow behind me, try keep up, or whether Hiroki's just saying, get away.
Yeah, I think for Warapong, I mean, he's one of the busiest people I know in motorsport. He's got his own school in northern Thailand, in Chiang Rai, and he runs his own team in the national series, and he's the TVS project leader. He has a lot on his plate, but I think what he's really making an effort to do is focus on being a racer this weekend.
Yeah, I think he just wants to finish the championship strong. He currently sits 5th place, 40 points, 41 points for Warapong. So top 3 still within reach for Warapong. It'll be a good improvement for him. Right now he's just tailing behind Hiroki Ono. Hiroki still not setting the lap time that we expect from him, but Ramdan Rosli, a really good lap from him at 1:45.374. That's just a 10th slower than Hiroki's best time yesterday.
Yeah, that's a really good time from Ramdan. And based on form, I would have expected Ramdan to have done that at about this stage in this session. Hiroki Ono will try and break his heart and get once again. But let's see, let's not ignore the other. Well, there is Ramdan, let's take a look at him. Currently on provisional pole position. At the time that even the mighty Hiroki Ono is going to have to work hard to match.
Muzaki as well doing a good job. He's up into second at 1:46.1. And the best of Muzaki this weekend. This is good to see.
Yep, it is. Rocco Seslo looked good at various stages yesterday, the number 15. He's just behind the two riders there. Ramdan. So number 9 is Sartak Sivan. He's just moved up into P2. Ramdan remains top. Sartak moves into P2 and Muzakia P3. Hiroki Ono P4. Don't take that position too seriously. After this time around, they'll get one more flying lap. Now, who's that rider standing up on the pegs? He was out of focus there, I couldn't see what that was all about. Anyway, meanwhile, Rish Takahira, the number 10, currently the slowest rider out there. On lap times anyway, he's not the slowest rider out there. Let's see, that's one of many runoff areas. That's for 9, green helmet, Sartak Sivan.
Right now, just looking at sector times, Warapong and Hiroki still running together. Quite similar sector times from the both of them. Nothing too exciting, but they are improving.
The thing is, after this lap, there is one more, and that's when it's going to happen.
Hiroki plans this to perfection, whereas in underbones we see a lot of riders leave it too late. Hiroki leaves it to the exact right moment, and on the last second he'll pull an amazing lap time. So that was Muzaki just pulling through.
Yeah, Sartak just going off into one of the runoff areas to look for track position for this all-important final lap. from the final sector now. So Rocco Sessler moves up into second.
Finally, good, seemingly a good qualifying from Rocco, but who said this is Chirant just set up, so that's Chirant's qualifying done. So the best Chirant can hope for is 5th place now. Definitely lost a lot of time already through sector 1. Vorapong goes to the top, a 1:45.048 with Hiroki Ono in second, a 1:45.172. This gets interesting now.
Yeah, so Vorapong, can he pull it off? Has he really got his focus there? And that is the number 9, Sartak Chavan. No, it isn't, it's Chirant.
No, it is Sartak, number 9.
Oh, yeah, it is, yeah.
So Sartak, again, an error from him. It's not the first time we've seen this this season.
Yeah, he needs a little reset, I think. And a rider that has had a reset and is really paying off now is Vorapong. We need to look at these sector times. Currently, it's Vorapong and Hiroki Ono at the top. Ramdan Rosley third. Hiroki Ono at the front, the number 2. The number 3, Vorapong.
This is going to be interesting to watch whether Hiroki can pull away from that slipstream, because Hiroki in sectors 1 and 2 is already quicker than Vorapong, and he's setting an improved lap time. But Vorapong will get the chunk of slipstream behind him, so this is interesting now. Whatever plan they have between each other, Hiroki doesn't seem to mind, and it's working really well in Vorapong's favor.
Vorapong looks really clean, sorry.
They go up now. Was a bit of a gap, and Vorapong's closed it up a little bit through this flowy section with the help of slipstream. Reached Takahira, the first 1:44 in this weekend for the TBS Asia 1 make. Reaches on provisional pole. Now it's between the two of them, Vorapong and Hiroki Ono, the championship leader and the lead guy for the championship. They come across the line, it's none of them. So
yeah.
Reached Takahira with his first pole of the season. And this is the first time that Hiroki hasn't been on pole.
Fantastic. He's on the front row, but he's on P3 of the front row. So Daniel, you better go and find Rish Takahira. So Daniel makes his way down. That was the most absorbing and exciting qualifying session I've seen from TBS Asia 1 make this season. But a sensational lap time of 1:44.982 from Rish Takahira was enough to give him pole position for race 1 that'll be coming up at 1:05 local time this afternoon. Great strategy from Vorapong, who tracked Hiroki Ono all the way through that session. The two of them came out late, as we'll see shortly on the recap. But here are the results. 1:44.982 for the young Japanese rider Rish Takahira. Vorapong Malahuan, leader and 2022 champion, 1:45.048. Hiroki Ono is third, and Ramdan Rosley will lead row 2 from Rocco Sessler and Sartak Chavan, who made an error in the late stages of that session. Muzakir Mohammed, defending champion, will start 7th. 8th, Chirant Vishwanath, whose session ended slightly early as well. So those are the first 8 who will start race 1 this afternoon. We'll just have another look to pick the bones out of that 10-minute qualifying session. So here we go. And leading the way there is the rider who would end up on pole position, Rish Takahira. He had the exciting young Indian rider Sartak Chavan, the number 9, behind him. They were chasing Rocco Sessler, who had another good session. Tall 15-year-old German. And while those riders were out, Hiroki Ono and Vorapong Malahuan tarried a few minutes longer in the pits, and when they did come out, they ran together. It looked like a plan between the project leader and the championship leader. Ramdan Rosley all the way through was quick in the session. He led the session at about this stage with 3 minutes remaining, but gear change error there and he locked up, so that was not going to be a fast final lap for him. All eyes were on these two. Number 2, Hiroki Ono, as Sartak Chavan crashed. we were watching these two, Hiroki Ono and Warapong Malahuan. We expected one of them to end up on pole position, but we were wrong, because off camera, Rish Takahira put in a sensational lap, but here goes Hiroki Ono. Know who was going to be quickest through the final session. Hiroki Ono went quite wide, got onto the bumpy section of the curbs. Warapong just looked a little bit cleaner on this lap, on this last lap, and we were expecting Hiroki or Warapong to come through first. As they went through turn 15, turn 16, which is basically one long loop. A long time on the right side of these Dunlop slicks and then flick left. Hiroki Ono would flash across the line ahead of Warapong, but it was Rish Takahira from Warapong and Hiroki Ono. They will be on the front row this afternoon for race 1. We are going to go down to Daniel very shortly, once he's found Rish Takahira, to do a post-session interview with the pole winner from that qualifying 1B session. We're going to Daniel right now.
Fantastic first pole for you this season. How fantastic qualifying as well. How was it out there?
So qualifying, so P1 I'm fine. So yeah, many riders follow me. So cannot attack time. So yeah, very difficult qualifying.
Thank you so much, Rich. Congratulations and good luck for the race.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Welcome back to this Saturday morning qualifying session for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, coming to you live from Pertamina International Circuit in Lombok, Indonesia. Weather conditions changeable, as you can see from the way the flags are blowing. These conditions are best described as cool and blustery. Outside temperature in the mid-20s, about 27 degrees at the moment. Track temperature 32.5, so much cooler than we experienced yesterday. That nice shot there of the number 41 is Irfan Haikal for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda, the storied Malaysian team with more than a couple of hatfuls of ARRC championships under their belt already. Irfan had a really good day yesterday. But as we continue with qualifying, just to recap, we've already seen split qualifying sessions for underbones and for TVS Asia one make. Now we're into 2 straightforward 30-minute qualifying sessions for this category, the AP 250, and following on after this will be Supersport 600. After that, we'll be going to the Superpole shootout for underbones, and then finally at 11:30 local time, it will be the 40-minute qualifying session for ASB 1000. Plenty to look at, plenty to talk about as we go through the rest of this Saturday morning. I'm Barry Russell, Daniel Bogas is next to me, and we'll be talking our way through what's going on here as these AP 250s come across to complete their outlap. The 212 just going through on the right of your screen there is double winner from last time out at Motegi, 15-year-old Kiandra Ramadeepa. Astra Honda 1 and 2 in the standings as we enter this second half of the 2024 ARRC Championship. We saw very even free practice yesterday with Yamaha, mostly Yamahas and Hondas fighting it out for supremacy. It was Ferozi Torakatula in the end who recorded the best time throughout yesterday, 146.9, and his teammate Arai Gaska was next up. Hergen and Kiandra for Astra Honda were next up. How do you think these cooler conditions are going to change things this morning, Daniel?
I think for the 250s, this is great. They never really had much issues with tires heating up, but looking at the tire wear, this is going to get a bit nerdy, but looking at the tire wear yesterday, even in the hot conditions, it was near perfect. So I think they're going to absolutely excel in these conditions, and fatigue won't be an issue. Bike will be performing excellently in these conditions. I think they're just going to have a really, really good time out there, especially Kiandra. Kiandra is just on brilliant form, and here in Mandalika, he has done some fantastic races. Let's not forget, Hergen is on there as well, and we have a lot of fast wildcards too.
Yeah, Hergen remains at least my favourite for the championship. I think over the course of the season, his extra experience will count, and his overall quality, which seems to be getting better and better. Talking about quality, just behind him there is a former Astra Honda rider. The number 16 is Irfan Ardiansia, and just behind him we've got one of my favourite riders that's ever got aboard a 250 in this series, Ray Ratakori on the number 222. Great to see him back as a wild card.
Yeah, he's a popular name, and we love watching Ray go around, so it's good having him back here. We've got 27 riders on the grid for this weekend's AP 250 class. It's a pretty full grid, and it's going to bring some great action. Speaking of quality, we have Galang Hendra as well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's fantastic to see him in 250s.
It is. It's we saw him last season on a full season in the Super Sports, and now he's back in the 250 class, really where he shined through. It's going to be really great to watch.
Yeah, just at the back of that group, you've got Deandra Triadika, number 1, on the green machine. That's the Motul Sniper Manual Tech 4-cylinder Kawasaki. So we're going to see how they go today. The best, or the better of the two Kawasaki's belong to the more experienced Aiki Yoshi. yesterday, who was 9th on combined times. 1:48.4 was his best time. You think we're going to see slightly faster times in qualifying?
With this sort of weather, temperature, track temperature-wise, we would expect perhaps slightly quicker lap times, but the wind is quite strong, so that might play against the EP250 class. It's going to be tough to say, but a lot of them will have the feeling in the bike now. The setups will be where it needs to be, and I think we're going to see some good lap times coming through.
Yeah, taking the initiative in that quick group we were looking at just now is Cal Vietnam, number 65. Off screen now, but on screen there is the number 46 of Hergen, taking a very wide line there, an even wider line being taken by the rider behind him. So a bit of slowing down, looking for track position. We can feel the tension from race control in the next building, just a few meters away.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of watchful eyes out there just to ensure that the riders aren't slowing down. We saw some maneuvers as such yesterday.
Yeah, and there is Galang, number 56, carrying those classic Yamaha colours we were talking about yesterday, Daniel. Speed block, the red and white speed block.
Yeah, it's a really good looking bike, and Galang in the interview did mention to me that this team will be coming for a full season next year, so we're excited to see them. This is the debut for them this season, and it's good news for the championship.
Very good news, and it would be even better news to see a less experienced rider coming through than 250s to run alongside Galang.
Yeah, I think they've chosen a great rider to try and well, what seems to be leading the project for this team, and yeah, with Galang's experience and his results in the past, it just makes sense.
There's another quick group there. We're looking at Sharifuddin Azman, who's recorded the fastest time so far. He's got Aiki Iyoshi on the Kawasaki behind him, and it's always good to watch this four-cylinder machine running with the two-cylinder Hondas and Yamahas. It's got Yamaha in front and a Honda behind right now. Just going through the screen is Hu Tri, I think the number 19 for Honda Racing Vietnam.
Yeah, we had a great shot yesterday exiting the last turn to see really where the power band hits for that four-cylinder ZX5.
Oh yeah, we did, absolutely. It was halfway down the straight and suddenly the Kawasaki leapt ahead. It's like somebody just pulled on a bungee in front of him.
Yeah, it's the perfect visual representation of where this four-cylinder really kicks in, and it's really in this higher RPM range, whereas these twin-piston bikes, right on the exit of the corner, they're right at the power band. It's almost like riding two-strokes, this four-cylinder 250.
Yeah, you can see race control being vigilant on riders staying between the lines on this track. A few riders just getting a warning flash through on the screens. Number 26 going through, that's Ramaputra on the MS Gloverman Honda. Very well turned out bike, and good to see them coming in as wild cards. There is Aiki Iyoshi just getting mugged there by Arai Gaska. Aiki holding on tight, so there he goes.
Again, you can see where that power kicks in. It's just that final few RPMs that ZX5 has. And in here, we're going to get another good shot where the Yamaha is just going to squirt past, and there we go. And again, Aiki, once he gets on to the final bit.
That's it, he knows he needs good corner speed. Yeah, Here we go.
You can see Arai, he made some time up, and then the second they get about halfway down, Aiki starts pulling away. It's really nice to watch.
Yeah, it is.
For now, Irfan Haikal, he's on top of the timing sheets of 47.1. Now, mind you, that is the second fastest time this weekend. The fastest time was by Ferozi, a 1:46.9. So right now, Irfan Haikal on fantastic pace. Kiandra, he's down with 19 minutes to go.
Yeah, that looks like a gentle off.
Yeah, I think the bike should be able to be fixed. We've seen how Astra Honda works really quickly, so that should be no issue at all.
Yeah.
But it does shake Kiandra up a bit, I would imagine.
Yeah, but he's 15. I guess by the time he's got back to the pits and out again, it'll all be forgotten, and he'll be hunting for glory again. Fastest rider yesterday on your screen there, number 36, Ferozi Torikatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Piawat going wide. Another rider going wide there. Number 27 there, having a good season, is Warwick Tongnopakun for East NJT Racing Team. That's Herjan Atner back in the Astra Honda garage. It's a good shot of him there, because you can see he's one of the taller riders there.
Yeah, looking at Herjan's lap time, 147.8 currently. That's only 3/10 slower than he was yesterday, but that puts him all the way down in 8th for now. So I think Herjan's realizing that he needs to put in a bit more work now. They still have 18.5 minutes left, plenty of time for them to make adjustments. Plenty of time for Herjan to try and put in another charge.
Yeah, as always, no sign of panic in the Astra Honda garage. But they've got slight underperformance there from Herjan and a crash from Kiandra. It's all in a day's work. There is Alfonso de Guigan, number 51, on the Honda for SDG Team Hark Pro. His best time yesterday, 150.6. He's going to be looking to climb up the order and get a decent, better starting position. That was a 150.9. He's going to be looking for more, but not on this lap. So it's Irfan Haikal, who got better and better, I thought, yesterday during free practice.
Yeah, this is definitely the best we've seen of Irfan in the AP250 class, top of the timing sheets for now. Of course, we expect the timing sheets to change as the session goes on, but this is already an impressive start from Bunsi Honda. Got Shafruddin Osman up in 7th, Irfan Haikal in 1st, but the wildcards, Chandra Hermawan in 2nd and Galangendra in 4th.
Yeah, this is good. Good work from the interlopers, the wildcards.
Manufacturer-wise, it's Honda, Yamaha, 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 Kawasaki, followed by Honda, Honda.
Yeah, looking at the manufacturers there, it's good to see 6/10 from Irfan Haikal at the top to the Kawasaki of Aiki Iyoshi in 5th. Those times closer together than they were yesterday. Basically got a second covering the top 10. The only surprise there is in 10th position currently is Araya Gaska.
Yeah, we expect Arai to go well around here, and I think it'll just be a quick setup adjustment for Arai, and we should see him somewhere along the top 5, I expect. Again, it's a real stacked grid that we have for AP250.
Yeah, that's Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam. He was 18th yesterday, best time 149.3. There's the SCK garage. And the tall, determined looking Irfan Ardiansya. Great to see him back in the AP250 class. Shun Chen Zhang there, and number 40. One of several Chinese riders, 3 from China, 1 from Hong Kong. Now in this class, Chun Chin Zhang riding for TY Antares, the racing team. Great to see him and the other Chinese riders here. And shout out to any of our friends in China who are watching on the WeChat live stream. A look there at Alfonso de Guigan in the SDG pit.
Very animated conversation there, as always with racing.
That's it. Animated, but no panic there. And that's Tonan Pu He went really well in the Thailand Talent Cup a couple of weeks ago at Chang International Circuit, leading at one stage, finished top 5, if I remember correctly. A bit of work and a good check over there for the 250 of Kiandra. There he is, looking suitably calm.
Yeah, he's not too worried about that crash. I think it was just just normal looking low side for him. The most important thing is he's fit. He's not injured from that, so he'll be able to get back on that bike in a bit. We expect, as always, the final 10 minutes. That will be the real battle between this category for qualifying. There's a focused-looking Aiki.
Yeah, it's always good to see him. He's been in this class for several seasons now. Really popular rider. Doesn't always have the best run of luck, but I think what's really interesting in this season is the bike that he's on and the way that he's been able to adapt his riding style.
Yeah, I'd say championship-wise, this is a far better season for Aiki. He's collected a good number of points, just a couple of DNFs for him. So, if well, this is of course wishful, hopeful thinking, but if he hadn't had those DNFs, he would have been much higher up. Because he's been he had a podium in second race for round 1, 11 points in round 2 in Zhuhai, which he was well in the fight for the podium as well there. And round 3 as well, it was good performance in Motegi.
Yeah, and his teammate, Deandra, also making good progress.
Yeah, Deandra looked good at the end of the practice sessions yesterday, but so far this morning just falling short a bit.
Yeah, this is for sure the first visit to Pertamina Mandalika for Shunchen Jiang. On your screen there. Nicely turned out TY Antares machine. Getting some good screen time while a lot of the field is in the pits. In fact, just about all of it.
Yeah, there's only 2 riders on track.
Yeah, we've got Wang Jiedong and Shunchen Jiang out currently.
A bit of quality date time with the Mandalika International Circuit.
That's it, yeah. 2-1-2. The scrape marks down the side, but
that must have been a fast one with that much scraping. So yeah, really good to see Kiandra well away from any serious injury.
yeah,
Astra Honda is always really working hard and fast to get the bike fixed.
yeah, absolutely thorough, don't miss a thing.
This is Chandra. The wild cards, he's currently sitting second, and Ferozi's as well, Aragaska.
Yeah, 3 riders in for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Aragaska's going to be looking for improvements for sure. Currently a second, 1.1 seconds off the best time of Irfan Haikal. Haven't seen much of Irfan Haikal on track, but he's been at the top of the timing screens for a good part of this session. In fact, most of it. 10.5 minutes remaining, so it will be business time when these riders come back out for a final stint. Just to the right of your shot there, you can see the number 222, wildcard Ray Ratakuri. Multiple race winner in this class. Is it getting dark out there, Daniel? Oh no,
Yeah, I think it's just
that was
momentary shade. The clouds are thinning out, but we do have quite a bit of cloud cover this morning. Expecting strong winds later on this afternoon, though, so it's going to be, well, not a concern, so to speak, for Underbones especially.
Yeah, it is a little bit. I mean, even when we took a little trip out at sunset yesterday, there was a lot of wind. We went round with the windows open. There was a lot of wind blowing in off the Indian Ocean. good to see some spectators joining us for qualifying. Trying to see exactly where they are in the grandstands, but anyway, good to see some people showing up. I guess they're down somewhere near turn 1. Shun Zhang continues on his way. Just take a look there. A prayer for Kiandra. He's got a matching pair of gloves in the back there somewhere. One blue, one red.
Love it when riders do that. I remember when Aslan had, he always has this different colored for left and right. And I asked him, where's the other side? He said, yeah, it's over there. So when these break, I'll just switch it over.
Yeah, so this is the start of business time. 8.5 minutes remaining. Piawat Patumios for East NJT was the first of the riders to come out for this last stint. Looking very crowded in that Yamaha Racing Indonesia pit. That's Kandra just in the foreground there. Next to him, Aragaska and Ferozi Torikatula.
Yeah, it's business hour now. 8 minutes left for qualifying. We're getting just about everyone coming back out on track. Will anyone take pole position away from Irfan Haikal? That is a question. It's nearly 3/10 ahead of Chandra.
Yeah, that was a really good time, as you said, Daniel. But in these cooler conditions, who knows? Let's see. In the Honda Racing Vietnam garage, that team getting stronger and stronger. They've been in this championship for a few seasons now, and persistence is paying off for sure. That's the 15-year-old prodigy, Aragaska, back out on the circuit. This group is being led by the man who we're not used to seeing in orange, but we're getting used to it this weekend. That is Irfan Ardiancia, the number 16. You can see just how big the bumps are on those curbs if you get onto the outside of them. So 36 is Ferozi, 88 is Kandra, 37 is Aiki Iyoshi. Behind him, the number 38 is Aragaska, and number 41 is the provisional pole sitter, Kiandra Ramadipa. Double winner for Motegi, fastest rider in this session with 6.5 minutes remaining. The order is going to change for sure, but it's an interesting top of the table. Irfan Haikal, Kandra, Ferozi, Galanghendra, Aiki Iyoshi are the top 5.
Yeah, if Irfan Haikal can hold on to provisional pole, this will be his best qualifying result, his first ever pole position in AP 250, and really a good resurgence for Bunsu. It's a good sign. They must have done something to develop the bike further and improve it. Whatever they've done, it's paying off so far.
Yeah, there we got Piawat, Watcher Intum Timon, both of East NJT, and Mohsin Paramban for Idemitsu Honda Racing India behind them.
It's a quick exciting note for Irfan Ardiancha's team. When they were testing in the Malaysian Superbike Championship, again, Gary Salim was one of the riders as well, developing the bike. So plenty of talent around that team, a good outfit, can expect some good things from them.
Absolutely. Mohsin Paramban trying to get past Watcher in. What's really important now is the riders don't hold each other up. They have only 2 or 3 laps that they're going to be able to complete. That's Aiki Iyoshi, number 37, looking for track position. Keeping well out of the way.
Just 5 minutes left now.
Yeah, they're all coming up to their flying lap now. They're all All eyes on the sector times.
That's Irfan Akal just going off a bit wide there. He's just looking for track position. I think he's really looking for a group, but he's got no one around him.
Absolutely, yeah. The ride through would be good. But he hasn't got a whole lot of time.
Just 4 minutes left now. They've realistically got 2 hot laps in. And someone with a problem here by the looks of it, that is Leongnang Se for Victor Racing. Or is he just looking for track position as well? Because this is horribly slow.
I think he's just looking down so that race direction won't think he's dawdling.
Yep, that's probably it. Let's try for the Nazman Herjin as well. Oh dear.
It's all going to go off right at the end. There's Irfan, number 41.
The benefit of having a circuit with a lot of runoff area is that we have space. The problem with space is we have this situation here. Even Aikiyoshi as well, following in the same fashion.
Absolutely right. Here on your screen, Sharifudin Azman, number 63. Virgin trundling around, making the best use of the space. Galang just going past him there, but still at a snail's pace.
Should Cheng Zhang there should have followed behind Galang. That would have been really good for him, but Irfan finally gave up on waiting.
At some point, they're just going to have to pin it.
Yeah, I think that's what Irfan's thinking now. He's like, he can't find anyone, so might as well just try and set some hot laps, because at this rate, no one is improving. Everyone's just looking for someone to follow behind.
Yeah.
Eventually, they find a group that's too big and they get disturbed in the laps, and you're just going to be stuck in where you are. So, what Irfan's doing now, good decision. Just pin it, just keep going.
Yeah, he's got 2 flying laps. 2 more.
Yeah, really, at this rate, there's no one that's going to make way up. Irfan's on a decent lap. Nguyen Hun Tri as well is on a decent one. Mohsin on a decent lap. So they might find some improvements, but 2 minutes left. They've really got to get it on with.
You made a good point in the TVS qualifying. Oh, Irfan. Okay, well.
That's qualifying done for Irfan then.
Well, he's just going to get some time, try and get some track position by trundling through pit lane, but he's not going to get another flying lap. What I was going to say, you made a good point in TVS, is that if you wait too long, you can come out, you can get caught, or you can just leave it too late. If it's smart and it works out, you get yourself in a fast group, that's one thing, but these guys are not doing it. Irfan, that's his time, 147.196.
That's the best he can hope for right now. So Herjun, he as well has given up on waiting. Nguyen Hu Tri, he was on a good lap too, so what a shame for the Honda Racing Vietnam rider. Just right now, Herjun's on his own. Aragaska there coming through. Behind him is Rei Ratakore and Aikiyoshi there, having a little bit of a dice there. And Irfan's come back up.
Irfan's come back out, but that's not going to help him because the checkered flag's going to be out in less than a minute. Oh, Rei Ratakuri barging Aikiyoshi out of the way on that number 222, the wildcard Yamaha.
And that's not going to help their lap times at all. So looking at the sector times, Aikiyoshi's not improved. What about Rei? Let's see what Rei's done for sector times. Yeah, Rei's not improved either. So both of them, that little battle they've had really disrupted their lap time. So we won't expect anything big from them. Kianra's on a good lap after his crash. He's come back out and it's a good sector 1. That's a big move from Aikiyoshi there. Herjun, he was in 8th. Herjun, no improvements through for the first 2 sectors. So again, we've seen this in Underbone this season. They've left it too late.
Yeah, and this is just a boxing match between these two. It's entertaining, but it's not going to help their grid positions.
Yeah, knowing Rei and Aiki, their characters, they won't give up. they will battle each other.
Absolutely, yep.
Kianra, he's on another decent lap. Shavin Asman, he's only come out, so that's not... He's missing his first sector, so he must have gone through pit lane as Irfan Heikel did. So for Bunsu, tactically, that was not a well planned out move. And for the rest of the grid as well, no one is making any headway.
No, they just left it too late and ran out of options.
I would love seeing the riding style of Ray Ratakuri through there. But yeah, as you can see, the 1.5 seconds slower on that lap. They were battling it out. No one's on an improving lap except for Kiandra right now.
Yeah, Irfan Haikal had a long look at the checkered flag there as he went across, but it's done.
So Irfan Haikal, by the looks of it, the first pole ever for Irfan Haikal in AP 250 class.
Yeah, that final stint of that qualifying session, the 6.5 minutes or so that they gave themselves, were wasted by just about every one of those riders. Chen Zhang, he had some good track time, the number 40 just going out the bottom of your screen there. Number 88 there is Kandra. The wild card has put himself on the front row, right between Irfan Haikal and Ferozi Torakatullah. So we'll see those results come up very shortly. That was Piawat, the 188 for East NJT Racing Team that you saw go past just now. Sky looking a little bit brighter as we look at that background shot. So there he is, first pole position in AP 250s for Irfan Haikal for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda, 147.196, set quite early in that 30-minute session. Kandra Hermawan, the wildcard for Racing Indonesia, is second. Third, Ferozi Torakatullah, his full-time teammate. Galang Hendra Pratama will lead the second row. Next to him will be Aiki Yoshi, and in sixth, Kiandra Ramadipa. On row 3, Sharifuddin Azman, he qualified 7th, and 8th was Herjan Atna Firdaus. For Astra Honda, Cal Vietnam will start 9th for Honda Racing Vietnam. Araya Gasca will start from 10th. Warwick Tongmapakun for East NJT Racing Team, and Piawat Patumios, his teammate, will start in 11th and 12th. Deandra Triharnika for Motul Sniper Manutek will start 13th, 14th. Nguyen Tonan Bu for Honda Racing Vietnam. 16th, Ray Ratakuri. Nguyen Hoon Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam will start 17th. 18th was Alfonsi de Guigan. 19th, Ramaputra for MS Glow for Men Racing Team. Gauza Ang for Team One for All will start 20th. 21st, Mohsin Paramban for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Vrayar Mascuba will start 22nd. Wang Jia Dong for Victor Racing Team, 23rd. 24th, Watcher Tup Timon for East NJT. Shun Chen Zhang for TY Antares, his best time was 153.245. He will start 25th. 26th, Long Nan Zer. And 27th, no time recorded for Kevin Quintal. Hopefully he will be able to join at the back of the grid for this afternoon's race 1. We'll have a look at how that panned out very shortly. Bit of a strange session in which the excitement in the last few minutes didn't pan out, as a whole series of tactical blunders left riders where they were before the break. Looks like the leaves have blown off that tree there we're looking at right in the middle of the picture. It is windy here, it's blustery, so we're going to go down to Daniel, who I think is with Irfan Haikal.
So Irfan, a big congratulations on your first pole in the AP 250 class. It was a fantastic ride from you and a real big improvement this weekend. How do you feel about this week's race?
First kali saya nak ucapkan syukur Alhamdulillah. Dan pada qualifying tadi saya cuba untuk sehabis baik keluarkan time. Dan pada awal lap tu saya cuba untuk ikut orang dan follow. Dan saya dapat time saya. Dan pada race nanti saya akan cuba untuk fight podium dengan rider-rider lain.
So the translation was that in the early session of qualifying, he tried to follow some of the riders in front, and for the race he's going to push on for a podium. Congratulations, Irfan. Good luck for the race.
Big smiles for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda, and this is how it all happened. Coming out very early was Ramaputra, the number 26 for MS Glow for Men. And this was an important early stage of the session. We saw good early showings from Cal Vietnam, Ray Ratakuri, who's making his presence felt as he always does all the way through. Sherifudin Azman on the number 63 for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda was an early leader. As time went on, the order would change significantly. Aiki Yoshi on the 4-cylinder Kawasaki made his way to the top of the timing screen. Being chased there by Araya Gaska, and there was a crash there mid-session for Kiandra Ramadipa, the double winner from Motegi. But he had time to get that machine back and dust it off. But about this time it was Irfan Michael who recorded what would turn out to be the best time of the session. And then we got into the break before the final stint, and we were waiting for somebody to pull the pin and really put in a fast lap time, including this rider, Herjanatna. Gyunhu had a late crash. We saw a last lap dust up very entertaining, between Aiki Yoshi and Rei Ratakuri, but that wasn't to help them improve their grid positions. But that early fast lap from Irfan Haikal would turn out to be enough to claim pole position for him. He'll be joined on the front row by the wildcard Kandra Hermawan and Ferozi Torakatula. We're going to take a short break now. When we come back, it will be for another straight 30-minute qualifying session for Supersport 600. So stay with us and we'll be back for more qualifying action. You're at Mandalika with the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. very warm welcome back to our friends and fans who are tuned in for this Saturday morning qualifying session. This is Supersport 600 coming up now, so we are deep into the session. We've seen Underbones, we've seen the TVS Asia One Make Championship, and we've just completed the AP 250 qualifying. So coming out now is the Supersports, led there out there by the number 99, very notable, riding for MS Globe for Men racing team, none other than Dimas Eki Pratama. Great to see him here on a 600. Followed out there by Tanat Longpleau, who looked quick yesterday in qualifying at different stages. Two Bunsu Hondas we're looking at there, the number 32 of Helmi Asman, the number 20 of Azroy Hakim Anwar, strolling out to their bikes. They're coming out after. We'll probably see them running together, as we often, but not always do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting qualifying this one, 30 minutes. Quite a long qualifying session for the 600 boys.
And that's the Thai Honda of Kiatisak, the number 85. Getting in between the two Bunchu Hondas. Dawdling there. I'm pleased to see Apiwat Wongtananon, the number 24 machine, out on track. There he is in the middle of your screen now, followed by his teammate McKinley Carl Paz. Apiwat had a heavy fall late in free practice yesterday, which followed a nasty wrist injury he sustained a couple of weeks ago in a race at Chang International, local race. So good to see him back on the bike. We know Apiwat is made of tough stuff. Also made of tough stuff is the number 21 on your screen there. It is Adananta Putra. Adananta had another excellent day yesterday. Fastest on combined qualifying times. Plugged away as he always does, session after session after session. Strong, he's consistent, he's getting better and better. His results this season have been good enough to put him into second place in the standings, albeit 37 points behind Apiwat Wongtananon, but ahead of the rest. He's on 78 points to Apiwat's 115. Next best is Helmi Asman on 60. The standings a little bit spread out, but that hides some fantastic battles that we've had, not least in Motegi. And we haven't seen him on track yet, but we have Kengo Nagawa as a replacement rider for Andy Padley. Ooh. And there's a very early faller, that's Fadila.
That's
no, it's not, it's Helmi.
Yeah. Oh, it's unfortunate. Again, Helmi, in qualifying this year, he has had some errors, and this is a big one here. That looks like a fast crash. Is this at turn 1? Yes, I believe that is, yeah. Oh, the bike just
pivoting round on the foot peg.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Helmi, but they have plenty of time, and that's on the qualifying grids as well. So that's Helmi's qualifying time. I really think it's best for Helmi to go in the service road now, because he needs to save the rubber. He still has at least one hot lap in it, but
yeah, gonna need a bit of cleaning up. A little gravel sticking to that sticky tyre. Track temperature's 37.1. We often see Bunsu Honda go out early on the qualifiers to get their fast times in early and then spend the rest of the session on setup. But the plan not quite going according to what was intended for Bunsu Honda. There is Apiwat leading Dimaseki. Not a good day yesterday for Apiwat by his standards, but we usually see him start slowly. They do a lot of work on setup early in free practice and then start to come through in qualifying, so you can expect to see that happen again this time. combined times yesterday. His best time was 1:39.102. Happy Watt. So we're expecting big improvements to come from him. There is his teammate for Yamaha Technique Racing Team Asia.
Just wondering where Azroy's gone, because Azroy probably would have the qualifying rears on as well at the same time as Helmi, but he's yet to set a significant lap time. He just done a 2:11, which is nowhere near where the lap times would be. Fastest lap time so far, Adinata Putra 1:39.5. I doubt he's on qualifying rears, because yesterday fastest time from Adinata Putra in combined practice was 1:38.5.
Yeah, and yeah, most of these riders running mediums, as you'd expect in these cooler conditions. It's coming up to 10:30 here in Mandalika. And track temperature still below 40 degrees, 37.1 degrees track temperature.
Yeah, the track temperature has gone up slightly, but it's nothing compared to what we saw yesterday. So tires shouldn't be too big of an issue. And as we've heard from Dunlop, it is possible for them to have about 2 or 3 flying laps in the qualifying race. So maybe these conditions might favor that. We've seen the tire wear is not too bad at all in this circuit, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see what happens with Helmi and Azroy. I'm assuming they both went out on qualifiers, which is why they hung back. Yeah, Azroy.
Oh, Kengo Nagao!
Kengo is off. He made really good progress yesterday. Pushed a little bit too hard. He's not on qualifiers. He's on medium front, medium rear. Will be the standard prescription. But it's early in the session. Got 22.5 minutes remaining.
Some big improvements coming through. Adinata Putra at 38.7, so that's closer to his best time yesterday. Butsu Honda working hard to fix Helmi's bike. Helmi looks fine. Shouldn't be too big of a fixed job. Padilla, the wildcard for this run, and Dimaseki Pratama, 3rd and 4th. For now, 39.3 and 39.7 for them.
Yeah, Vida as well for Astra Honda, showing further up the order than he did yesterday.
Yeah, Veda missed out on practice 1 and only managed to do a couple of laps in practice 2 and practice 3. So Veda, a lot of work that's not been done yesterday, but they will have some data from previous sessions over here. Razor's got the qualifying rears on, and his best time so far is a 39. So this is interesting. On qualifying rears, he's not faster than he was on the normal compounds.
Yeah, Razor topped 2 sessions yesterday, ended up 2nd on combined times. So it's the best we've seen him in this class. But he needs to make that qualifying tyre work. And it's not just a case of plug and play, is it, Daniel? Because the extra grip makes the bikes handle differently, perhaps give them understeer through the corners. But yeah, this looks like a very fast lap coming in from Azroy.
Azroy fastest in sector 1, fastest in sector 2, so Azroy at any moment is going to come across the line, and he should go to the top. And Azroy does go to the top, 1:38.2, so that is the fastest lap of the weekend, and I suspect that will be in the qualifying rears as his teammate Helmi was. And that's Reza's qualifying done. So Reza, best he can hope for is a 39.0, and that's not faster than he was on normal compounds. So with 20 minutes remaining, it might be worth it. We've seen Helmi do this. It might be worth it for Reza to go out on normal compounds. And to my memory, when Helmi was faster on normal compounds, was in Mandalika.
Yeah, it was, yeah. And there is Azroy, who's made most of his qualifying tyres. 1:38.2, that's 0.3 of a second faster than the best time yesterday. And about a second faster than his best yesterday.
I do have a nerdy theory as to why perhaps riders like Reza and riders like Helmi fare a bit better with the normal compounds, and I think it's because of their riding style. Helmi likes to let their rear tires spin a lot, whereas these qualifying tires give that little bit of extra grip, and there might be too much movement for riders like Helmi, so he might find it more comfortable on the normal compounds.
Yeah, they're going to push you more into the corner, aren't they?
Whereas with the thousands, it's all about push, point, and squirt. So yeah, might just be that as the difference maker.
Yeah, we're looking at Wayne Agroho there, just getting out of the way as number 93. That is Fadilla goes through.
So, he was on qualifying compounds. His best time was 39.5. His best time yesterday was a 39.0.
Happy White improving. He's on a 139.045. That puts him 5th. He's currently on mediums. Happy White normally qualifies really strongly as well. 85 is Kiatisak. Kiatisak down in 10th currently, 139.7, his best time. Kengo Nagao in the pits after running off.
As Dimas is having to get out of the way of Kiatisak.
Kiatisak managed a 139.050 yesterday. He came really good later in the day. He's got Dimas Eki behind him, the number 99.
Still a bunch of riders yet to test out the qualifying rears. Dimas one of them. So Dimas on normal compounds doing quite decently.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through this session. In a way, that qualifying strategy of Bunsu appeals to me, because you can spend the rest of the session on race setup.
Yeah, it just gives you that luxury of extra time.
But you are risking somebody doing a phenomenal lap and blowing you onto the 3rd row. But there is Kiatisak being slipstreamed there by Dimaseki Pratama. Kiatisak runs off. Back with Helmi. It is amazing how many hands can work without getting in each other's way on such a small machine.
Teams like Bunsu and Astra Honda, they're just such a well-oiled machine, and they work well together. Looks like actually quite a bit of damage.
5 guys working on one small area of a small bike. It's phenomenal.
And there's Apiwat there. He was a bit shaken and then stirred after that really fast crash, but he's looking good. He's found his confidence again.
Yeah, he'll soon turn that to controlled anger, I think. Vida currently 2nd, so best we've seen from him. Kinley Carpaz out in some space on the circuit, as more than half the field is currently in the pits.
Just wondering whether Veda's lap was on the qualifying rears or the normals, because we didn't see him on track on camera yet. There's McKinley Carpaz trying to put in some work. There's Mr. Helmi from Bunsu Honda. Just having a look at Helmi's bike, and it looks like it's a bit more damage than we thought. It looked mostly cosmetic, but they're opening almost everything up on the right side.
Yeah. There's Kengo Nagao. He's back out after his earlier excursion with the qualifying rear.
Kengo Nagao, no wasting no time. He barely had a couple of laps in on normal compounds for qualifying, but here comes Kengo Nagao. He's ridden on qualifiers before in Motegi, so he will know what these feel like.
First time to Mandalika, but he's coming on the back of P1 and a P2. Last time out at his home circuit of Motegi, and great to see him coming in as a replacement for the injured Andy Fadley.
Quick shout out to Yamaha Indonesia. Kengo spent only 5 minutes in pit lane after a fall, and they fitted his qualifying rears on, got the bike ready, and he's straight out onto the track. So fantastic job from Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
What can Kengo do? Can Ken go to the top?
Oh, he's not going to do it on this lap.
That is unfortunate. So Kengo is going to have to hope for the next one. A little bit of sparks from his boots. That was a good shot there.
Yeah, that's between turn 12 and 13, that long green strip.
How smart for Kengo. He immediately slowed down. He knew this lap was going to be discounted, so he just stood up and just coasted on the middle of the tire just to not waste that edge grip. Really smart move from Kengo there.
Yeah, clever rider. That's McKinley Carl Paz back in the Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia pit.
For now, it's pretty quiet on track. It's just Kengo Nagao on his qualifying rears out on track. He's going to make it around for the start of the next lap. He's gone back into pit lane.
Maybe he's just felt something with the setup with that rear qualifier that he wants to adjust. He's got time to do it.
Yeah, it could be the reason why he went wide. He just felt something was off and just couldn't make the bike turn. So interesting. I think he might just have one last hot lap in the qualifying rear, but it's going to be a push.
Yeah, as we were saying, he's a replacement for Andy Fadley. Andy, if you're watching, please get well and come back soon. Also missing for the season so far is Ratapong Willerot, and so similar wishes to him. I think he's optimistic about coming back for Sepang, Ratapong.
Yeah, it'd be great to see Ratapong back. We do miss his presence in the 600s class.
Yeah, been here a few seasons now, 2018 champion. And here comes Azroy.
Azroy looking confident. He's currently topped the timing sheets at 38.2. That's the fastest of the weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, hell, this bike getting a lot of work in.
Great camera work there.
Yeah.
You've got 5 guys working on the bike, and you've got Ai or somebody sticking a massive camera in the way as well. Gotta love it.
This is a big job for Ubuntu, though. They're really, really looks like significant damage to the bike. So this is going to be close because they're still working on the right side of the bike. But the helmet makes it out for final few laps, and or if he does, how many minutes does he have?
Absolutely. And we're looking at there. I think that's the Victor Racing pit, which means that would be Shajin Tong. Let's go back with Azroy, who of course is on mediums. This is going to be an interesting last stint for him. Just under 12 minutes remaining.
The sun is out for the first time today, so this becomes interesting now. The temperatures will be rapidly rising on track. Currently 37 degrees, so we can expect it to soar up to about 40 plus.
Yeah, for sure, because those clouds came in off the ocean and they were looking pretty grey and a little bit threatening earlier, but the sun has won that particular battle and the clouds are clearing. Here goes Azroy on provisional pole with a time of 1:38.267. Set with that qualifying rear, that's 0.3 of a second better than the best time set yesterday. Impressive performance from Vida as well, although we don't know for sure whether he's done it on qualifiers or not. If we see him next time on mediums, then we'll know that he's used his qualifiers.
It's interesting. Veda's had a really good pace around Mandalika and in other championships, and he's been good when we had him here in the Supersport 600. He's been improving, so it'll be good to see what he can do for the remaining 10 minutes of qualifying. But now we look at Azroy. Look at the first indication of his race pace. We suspect it's going to be race pace set up right now for Azroy with the time remaining.
Yeah, experienced rider now. He only looks about 19, but he's got a few seasons of Supersport experience under his belt. Superbly accomplished rider this season. Bad luck has been dogging him some of the races, but he hasn't dropped his head and he's coming through really strongly again. One race win.
That's right, putting the throttle down now. 39.2 for him on that lap. decent lap time, but nowhere near where his best was. So
That's interesting, because that's exactly a second slower than the time that he did on the qualifier.
yeah, I think that's a nice thing about the Bunsu garage. Well, while they're working on the Helmi's bike still, Helmi and Azrai, they have quite contrasting riding styles, where Helmi really runs the rear tire very loose. He likes to let the rear spin a lot, whereas Azrai is just a bit more controlled, a bit more calm, and a lot more calculated.
Yeah, Helmi currently nowhere.
Yeah, he hasn't set a single lap, actually.
Yeah, he went out early on that qualifier and crashed.
So they're just checking his handle position, because they had to drill a new hole into the handlebar. So that is actually interesting. I wonder how come they don't have a handlebar with already a drilled slot.
That's right. Yeah, but some brilliant improvisation being done by those technicians.
I just can't figure out how that's happened for them. So that's really unfortunate from Bunsu, but good job from the mechanics there to get the bike close to working order now. Temperature's already gone up about a degree since Azroy's come out. Here's Azroy. It's another lap from him. This is a decent lap as well. Should be within the 139s again. 139s, 138s. 138.9 for Azroy.
Yeah, so good pace. So this is, as we suspected, race setup. And it's looking very good for him too.
Yeah, I reckon if Azroy's race pace is around the lower 39s to the higher 38s, should be really fast race pace for Azroy. This is getting worrying now. We have 7.5 minutes left for Helmi Asman to get out and just do a single qualifying lap at least. And they're still putting the bike back together.
Yeah, that's it. Helmi couldn't sit still any longer, understandably. He's joined that rather large gang of people around his number 32 Honda CBR 600RR. There is Sergeant Tong. He had a big crash yesterday, so it's good to see him up and running.
Sergeant Tong with the qualifying rear, so this should put him up a couple of positions. And again, he's closing the gap to the top. He's always improving every round, so it's really good to see this from Sergeant Tong. Let's see what he can do with qualifying rears. However, with the track temperatures rising currently, with the heat spiking up, will this benefit the qualifying rears, or is it going to disturb them?
I think a lot of it, as you said, Daniel, depends on the riding style. Going to be interesting to see as well when we, in an hour from now, when we look at the Superbikes qualifying, because it's going to be a lot warmer then for sure.
Dimas Eki Pratama, in his wildcard appearance for Supersport 600, goes up into second. He probably has his qualifying rears on. We know that Reza has done his qualifiers, so Dimas, unless Adinanta and Veda have something to respond with, Dimas is on provisional front row now.
Yeah, we still haven't seen the number 54 Veda on track in this session. He is out there somewhere, back in sector 4.
Sergeant Tong, just a slight improvement on that lap with his qualifying rears, so he remains in 12th for now. It's about one lap in it. It's Dimas now. Provisional front row for Dimas this weekend. And there's Helmi Asman finally heading out on his qualifying rears again with 5 minutes remaining.
He's going to need to take a couple of deep breaths before he really cranks the throttle open after he gets out of pit lane.
This was a fast crash as well for him down at turn 1. But now let's follow Dimas. This lap is not faster than his last one, so we won't expect any improvements in lap time from this lap for Dimas, but nevertheless, a great lap time from Dimas. Former Moto2 rider, former Asia Road Racing Championship rider as well.
Yeah, great to see him, especially on a team new to this championship as Glow for Men. Absolutely brilliant.
Adinanta Putra, he has taken second place away from Dimas. A 38.3 for Adinanta Putra, his fastest lap time that I suspect will be in qualifying rears as well. So one of the twists in the tail is that right now these track temperatures that are rising are favoring the qualifyings better, because they're slowly closing into Azrai's lap time now.
Yeah, his advantage just over a tenth of a second.
There's Kiatisak now, he's got the qualifying rear tires on.
Kiatisak was quick yesterday.
8th place on that lap for Kiatisak. With him, he has his teammate Tanat, who's found at 38.9. The pair of them working together.
Happy Watt on a respectable lap, no more than that.
I'm concerned for Kengo. He's back up. He's not improving by much, so he might have cooked those rear tires. Vedaiga up into provisional second, and one of the Astros has gone down. That is Adinanta Putra. So that's Adinanta Putra's qualifying session essentially done. But Vedaiga onto second place.
Yeah, that's the best we've seen of Veda. Adinanta, he did his best and he did great. He's provisionally third and therefore on the front row. But that's his session done. Here comes Azroy, tracked by Vedaiga. You see him for the first time, and he's got a qualifying rear on.
Mind you, Adinanta set that 138.3 with medium compounds on the rear, so that was impressive from Adinanta. No qualifying tires on that lap.
Yeah, here comes Veda.
Woo.
Look at that. He's really pushing, looking confident.
This is what we expect from Veda. Young, hungry talent for Indonesia, for Astra Honda, and he's on a really fast lap as well. Let's this replay. He's just getting on the gas. The rear tire gets loose, and look at that. He managed to control it and still make the turn.
Yeah, those shoulders and those lats are doing their work now. He's obviously done some good work in the gym, Veda. He's looking a lot more comfortable on this 600. Quiet day yesterday, but my goodness. Seeing something special now.
He's going to take him to pole. Sector 3 is a good one. He just has to complete this final turn now. Vedaiga for his final lap on the qualifying race with 3 minutes remaining. Veda comes across the line and it's a 137.8 for Vedaiga. Veda for the first time in this category, 137. He goes on to provisional pole, knocks Azroy behind him down to second. And what a performance from Veda.
That was 0.4 of a second quicker with that big moment all the way through. Vedaiga Pratama, who we saw absolutely brilliant in 250s last year. Here he is just sailing past Azroy.
Look at that rear tire, it's just all over the place.
And despite getting so out of shape, that was a lap 0.4 of a second, a full 0.4 of a second faster than anyone else. Here we are with Helmi on the qualifying tyre that we saw him on at the beginning of the session. He has, of course, missed most of it. Let's have a look at Helmi. Improving, but running out of time rapidly. There's just 1 minute 50 seconds to the checkered flag. Kunsiu look on. Wayu Nugroho Ho on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia R6 hanging on to him. He knows Helmi's quick around here. Race winner here at Mandalika last year. Challenge from Wayu. What have we got out there, Daniel? Are you okay?
Just really took my breath away that lap, but yeah, we still got Helmi doing his lap. He's improving. He's where's Helmi gone? He's currently still setting his lap time, so he's still down in provisional 14th. Kengo Nagao on an improving lap, but I think he's cooked that rear tire, so he's probably on a normal compound. So Kengo needs to find his pace from yesterday to try and make his way up a bit. But now we're following Helmi and Wahyu. Helmi's just, yeah, I think the bike's just not 100% anymore after that spin off at turn 1.
Yeah, it was a big ask to come back with just a few minutes remaining.
He could try to push for one more lap, but that's really asking a lot from that qualifying rear. Helmi 139.060, so provisional 10th for Helmi. Wahyu remains in 7th for now. Where's Kengo Nagao gone? We're wondering whether Kengo's going to make it up from 12th place. This Azroy still pushing on. Veda's gone back into pit lane and will be down at scrutineering already.
Yeah, this has been a really good session for Azroy. He's been eclipsed by Veda.
Kengo's just come across there with a 139.1. Still a decent lap time, almost equal to what he did yesterday, but yeah, I think on that disturbed lap for him on the qualifying race just didn't come through for him. But if his race pace is at a low 39, he should still have a good one out.
Yeah, there's some really good riders that have left themselves a lot of work to do in this afternoon's race 1. but superb work from the 15-year-old Vida Ega Pratama. So strong in 250s last season. And now really getting to grips, literally, with the Supersport 600 class. Oh, and down goes Kengo Nagao. This has been a rotten session for the Japanese rider in for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, in for Andy Fadley. Let's just take a look at what happened there. Yeah, he just can't, I think he just can't get it stopped. Oh, and the rear grips and throws him over the top. Not the worst high side, but that will have knocked the wind out of his sails. So Kengo, a lot of work to do. Looks like he's going to be starting from the back of the grid. Big smiles there from the youngster Vida Ega Pratama. He's been improving all season. He said he would get better. He said he would get used to it. Look at the smile. He's going down there. Daniel's on his way to greet him. So it'll be great to hear what he has to say. Absolute delight for Astra Honda. They've got 2 riders provisionally, unless anything changes, and it won't, looking at the sector times. They're going to have 2 riders from the front of the grid. And there is the pole man. This is a rider that the world is going to be seeing a whole lot more of. And this is a major step, he knows. That's a pole position smile from the 15-year-old. Army of fans looking to see what he can do. There are so many good, young, talented riders coming through from Astra Honda, from Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Wave after wave of great riders coming in. And there it is, 137.855. The only rider to go into the 137s. Pole position for Vida Ega Pratama for Astra Honda Racing Team. Brilliant session for the rider. Next up, Azroy Hakim Anwar, Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. Adinanta Putra for Astra Honda will start third. Second row will be led by Dimas Eki Pratama. Great session for the MS Glover Men Racing Team rider. Apiwak Montananon came good later in the session. He'll start from the middle of the second row in 5th place. 6th, Reza Danica Arends, who couldn't make that qualifying tyre work to suit him. Wayne Agroho will start from 7th, and 8th for Honda Racing Thailand, Tanat Longpliao. And 9th, his teammate Gyatisak Singapong. Helmi Asman, such a difficult session for him. Only had literally a few laps out on track for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. He's got some work to do starting from 10th. Starting from 11th for Astra Honda will be the wildcard Fadila RB Pratama. Kengo Nagao, another rider who had a difficult session, will start 12th. McKinley Carl Paz for Yamaha Technic Racing Team did a 139.3, he'll start 13th. And Shajin Tong for Victor Racing Team, 140.983 for the Chinese rider. He will start 14th. Wow, what a session that was. And Daniel is with the smiling, I'm quite sure, Vida Ega Pratama.
Vida, what a fantastic performance in qualifying from you. It's straight to the top, and you've come back to this championship in fantastic form. How do you feel about this weekend?
Yeah, I really happy with the result, and I find the best setup from yesterday. Yeah, today was much better. The setting in the bike, I feel confident and good. Yeah, finally I can get good lap time. Thank you. I will do my best in race 1.
Thank you so much, Vida. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
We'll shortly go to have a look once more at that session. There's quite a few bones to pick out of that. So here we go. Going back to the beginning of the session, we saw Helmi Asman and Azroy hang back a little bit. They came out early on qualifying tyres. That was Fadila RB Pratama looked very good earlier in the session, but wouldn't convert that, and there was the start of a very difficult session for Helmi Asman. Crashed on qualifiers and spent most of the session in the pits, just made it out at the end. Kengo Nagao, 2 crashes for him in that session, which ruined his chances of a good lap time. Kiatasak Singapong, he came out and had a good session. But the number 20, Azroy, a really clever qualifying session from him. He put his fast time in on qualifiers early and then spent a long time on race setup. He was on provisional pole for a good long time. Adinanta Putra also occupied provisional pole for a while before running off. So his goose was cooked for the session with just a few minutes remaining. Azroy continued to put in lap after lap after lap, consistent fast times, but it was this 15-year-old on the TBR 600 RR of Astra Honda who put in a sensational lap time, 1:37.855, to take pole position with just 2.5 minutes remaining. Watched by Azroy, whom he passed halfway around that lap. Helmi Asman came out late, still on that qualifying tyre that was fitted right at the beginning of the session, but the bike setup just wasn't ready. He wasn't able to make the most of it, and he will start from 10th, being tracked round that lap there by Waino Groho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And there is the replacement for Andy Fadley there, going over the high side for his second crash of the qualifying session, Kengo Nagao, who looks so promising, but he will start from down in 12th. Azroy again looking consistent and threatening this afternoon. But the front row will be Veda Ega Pratama, Azroy Hakim Anwar, and for Astra Honda, Adinanta Putra. We're going to take a short break now and get our breath back. When we come back, it will be for the 10-rider shootout of Superpole for the Underbone 150s. So stay with us, you won't want to miss that. We are at Mandalika for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Welcome back to all our ARRC friends and fans. This is one of our favourite sessions of the qualifying mornings. This is the Super Bowl shootout for the first 10 grid positions. And Fahmi Bassam is the first rider out on track. He's just starting an outlap. They go out in 2 groups of 5, starting with the slowest of the 10. Following him out is replacement rider Ricky Ibrahim for Yamaha LFN HP 969, Fahmi's teammate. And following them out is the number 69 machine of Aldiaz Axel Ismail.
Aldiaz has been excellent in his wild card here for round 4 in Mandalika.
Yeah, and the number 143 of Husni Zainal Fauzi out now. He came through the first qualifying session. He topped the first qualifying session to make it through to Q2, and he's made the cut once again for Super Pole. Rekat Yusuf, number 32, is the next out. So these 5 riders, they go out at 20-second intervals, and then there'll be a pause while they go out, do their out lap, of course. They're slowing down lap. Sorry, they're flying lap, and then they're slowing down lap. It's Fahmi Bassam. He's coming up to begin his flying lap now. He means business. Look at that body language. Green flags wave, off he goes. He doesn't need to be told. He knows what he has to do now. And the challenge is to stitch together a point-to-point perfect lap. Next rider up is Ricky Ibrahim. One of so many impressive wild cards.
It's been a really good weekend so far for Yamaha LFN HP 969. They have all 4 riders into Super Bowl, so already for the team this is a huge result.
Yeah, it's an awesome team for Underbones. Now, what are we looking at here?
Is it a bike issue for
Fahmi? That is a bike issue. Wow.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see in Super Bowl. It's really unfortunate for Fahmi.
He really looked like he meant business on the out lap and he started the flying lap. Anyway, looks like he's going to start provisional 10th, unfortunately for him. The 127 is Ricky Ibrahim, one of an absolute galaxy of wildcards coming into this Underbone 150.
Let's see Ricky riding for Yamaha LFN H Putra 969. They have 3 wildcards for, sorry, that's actually technically 5 LFN HP 969 riders in this Super Bowl, so it's fantastic from them.
Yep, Aldiaz Axel Ismail too. Ricky Ibrahim, he will be the first rider to record a time, in fact, owing to the misfortune that has befallen Fahmi Bassam.
Right now looking at sector times, the fastest one on track will be Husni Zainal, fastest through sector 1, a good sector 2 as well from him. Faster than anyone else that's out on track, so it's a good lap coming in from Husni Zainal. Fastest sector 3 as well from him, so this is a really good lap. He comes across now. Sorry, that was Ricky Ibrahim
so
that comes
that's Ricky,
across.
Yeah, 157.9. He's the first one across, so he's set the initial target time. Across comes Aldiaz. Aldiaz betters it, 157.2. And here comes Husni Zainal Fauzi. He was impressive this morning. He gets his head right down behind the bubble. Aldiaz behind Husni. Husni, let's remind ourselves, came through qualifying 1 this morning. And here's Rekat Yusuf Fadila for SCK.
Break it up into 4th. So Husni right now the fastest off the Super Bowl, a 156, a whole 1.2 seconds clear of Aldiaz Axel in 2nd. It's a really good lap actually from Musni Zaino. He's found the right line. It's worked very well.
Yeah, the whole point, of course, is to isolate the machine and rider performance without slipstream. So it is the cleanest riders, these Indonesian riders we're looking at. We have to assume have really good track knowledge. 2 Malaysians here we're going to be seeing, and my goodness, top quality they are too. Akid Aziz threatening for the championship. Faris Putra, one of the bright young stars coming through from Malaysia.
If you know anything about Akid, he can put in a really good Super Bowl lap. He's very small, his form factor is really small, so it allows him to cut through the wind much easier. And his riding style is just really perfect for underbones.
Yeah, so that's the first group of 5 that are out on track. Unfortunate for Fahmi that he didn't manage to complete his flying lap. So where those marshals are standing now, you'll see the next 5 lining up. They'll be led by... Oh, they're already out, in fact. Let's have a look. I've seen Raycat out on track. It's going to be Akid coming out first. That's Husni coming back in.
Good job from Musni. Really good lap time on 1:56.023.
Yeah, he's done it the hard way as well, coming through qualifying 1.
Good job already from Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia racing team. Waiting for the next lot of riders now.
Yeah, so he stitched himself up at the very worst a second row start.
Now we get the next few riders. That's Faris Putra at the front of it.
Yeah, number 33 for Cardinals.
DJ Fauzi right behind him. The lead is Murbil and then Akid Aziz right at the back of it.
Yeah, that should be the order. And the last rider out will be Dimas Juli. You can just see him joining there. But it's Faris Putra who comes out first for this second and final group of 5 riders. Fans arriving in this stadium at Mandalika. Here goes the brilliant Aditya Fauzi, who burst into our consciousness in ARRC this time last year at Mandalika. Here comes Murabil Vitoni, another great young rider who is turning from being merely fast into a great racer. Akid Aziz. And I do tend to agree with you, Daniel, that if anybody can really, I mean, his precision and his, his size advantage as well, bode well for Akid Aziz, and of course the quality of that JRT pits bike machine. Well, there's a big size difference, and that counts in underbones.
Definitely does. But Dimas, what a great qualifying tour was from him. Let's see if he can do this on his own now.
Yeah, fastest in qualifying and therefore last out in Super Pole. It's Faris. Distinctive blue and white bike, yellow wheels, white helmet. 15-year-old teammate of the veteran Fazrul Sham, who will be starting some way behind his teammate.
He's got his eye on the top row right now. It's been good this weekend. Faris, he joined us this season and he's been looking like a young talent who's really hungry and really rides with good maturity.
Yeah, the target for him is 156.
It's going to be a tall ask, but anything's possible in this underbone class.
Yeah, 20 seconds later, here comes Aditya Fauzi. Next up, Murabil. Down he goes. Not even peeping through the gap in the fairing. He's just counting, I guess.
Yeah, as we've seen this in Zhuhai, was when we first started noticing that they're just peering under that top part of the windshield.
Yeah, but he wasn't. He was
His head down.
he was
and
peering
just,
at his boots. Yeah.
Might have just counted the lap boards on the side. Here's Faris Putra now for his flying lap.
Fastest through sectors 1 and sector 2, Faris Putra.
That's a good lap coming in from Faris. A young talent on the rise. He's trying to make his name. He's got a senior as a teammate, Fazal Sham.
Yeah, great pairing, great signings by Cardinals for 2024. And it's really paying off in the shape of this young protege.
Sector 3 good as well
Sector
for
3 is also good, yeah.
It should be in the 156. Possibly even if he stitches up Sector 4 nicely, it could be a 155 for Faris Putra. We follow him now through the final section. This is Mandalika International Circuit. Will it be Faris Putra's first pole position in ARC? He comes across the line now. It looks to be a really good one. 155.8 for Faris Putra. He goes on to provisional pole for this race this weekend.
He aimed at 156, he did better. Here comes Aditya Fauzi. Aditya Fauzi, it's a decent lap. He's not, I think, let's have a look. Aditya 156.541, provisional third. So provisional front row for Aditya.
It's a decent lap for Aditya, but not what he wanted.
Yeah, sorry Daniel, Murabil Vitoni 156.5. Those times really clustered closely together. Akid Aziz, what is he? I don't think he's going to pull it off, is he?
Yeah,
looking at those sector times.
Not good lap. He looked a bit disturbed there, but he still does a 155.9. It didn't look like a good lap for Akid, but Akid up into second. Dimas Juli is the last hope right now for this lap. Will he take it to the top? It's a good lap from Dimas as well.
Lap.
Oh, just misses out.
Yeah, that's fourth best for Dimas Julia, 156.2 for him. But really competitive session, those times, those top 5 or 6 times, very close together. Cardinals look on. They are happy with what their young protege is doing. I just conflated prodigy and protege. But whatever which word you choose, that was a fantastic performance from Faris Putra, Mohammed Fadil, 155.809. Good also from Akid Aziz. We were betting on him to take pole, but we underestimated what Faris Putra was capable of. 155.809. To confirm the results on your screen there, Akid Aziz for Pitspike One-Way JRT Tech 2, second best. Joining them on the front row is Husni Zainal Fauzi, the wild card for Yamaha LFN HP 969. Team One for All have a bike on the second row and in the hands of Dimas Juli at Moco. And joining him on the second row is Aditya Fauzi for Racetech 60 and Murabil Vitoni for LFN HP 969. Aldiaz Axel Ismaya, another good wild card here. And next to him, number 127 for LFN HP 969, once again, Ricky Ibrahim. Rekat Yusuf, number 32 for SCK Honda, will start 9th. And unfortunately for Fahmi Bassam, his bike didn't make it round his flying lap, so no time for him. So he will start 10th. So we'll take another look at that in just a moment. But again, this is just such a fascinating contest. The Super Pole, there goes Fahmi Bassam. He looked really determined as he went out. There he was starting his flying lap. The green flags waved. His head was down. He had one thing in his mind, which is pole position. But it wasn't to end happily for him. Aldiaz, number 69, was next up. Number 143, Husni Zainal Fauzi. So impressive to come through from qualifying 1 to qualifying 2 to Super Pole. he put in a really good lap of 156.023. But here was the 15-year-old for Cardinals Racing Team, Faris Putra. He looked neat and tidy all the way round. He even looked relatively unhurried, but he aimed at 156. He came through with 155.8 to take pole position. Wasn't over yet. Murabil Vitoni himself, no slouch when it comes to fast single lap times. Murabil came through with a 156.5. And as Faris Putra went on his slowing down lap, we waited to see what the other riders could do. We were looking at Akid Aziz was out there, but it was Faris Putra who got to pole position from Akid Aziz and Husni Zainal Fauzi.
So far, it's a fantastic first pole for you for the season. It looked like that lap was coming and coming. You managed to go straight to the top. How do you feel about this weekend?
First thing, saya nak cakap syukur Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih kepada tim dapatkan pole position kali ini dengan motor yang mantap. So untuk weekend kali ini saya harap saya boleh dapatkan podium sebab saya tahu ada pace kat situ. So saya berharap ibu bapa saya doakan saya dan kawan-kawan dan cuba dapatkan podium.
So quick translation was that the setup was good for the team. He worked hard and he's hoping for a podium and hopes for praise from his mom, from dad, friends, and everyone supporting him. Thank you, Faris. Congratulations. Good luck for the weekend.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Welcome back everyone to Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. It's Saturday morning and we are reaching now the climax of the qualifying sessions. And what you can see is a very fast Honda and a very fast BMW joining the track there for the 40-minute qualifying session for ASB 1000. So the Superbikes are on track now. Joining track at the back of that first small group is the Ducati, JDT Ducati of Hafiz Shirin. Last out onto the circuit, by the look of it, is Aslan Sharp. Pops a little nervous wheelie to come out, just calm himself down. And Shoni Shimura.
The issue with Aslan's bike there. Just knocking his right handlebar down a bit.
Strange thing.
Here's Yuki Kuni, star performer from Motegi.
Yeah, very much so. Spectacular. One crash, one win, and pole position. It's Kazma Daniel for Yamaha Technique Racing Team. Rapid, talented Kazma. Looking to really connect with that Yamaha. Coming out now for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. Is Andy Fredis Deha and Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan had a torrid day yesterday, 2 crashes.
And a bike issue in practice 3 as well.
Yeah.
Tough for Zakwan.
But Zakwan is tough, as we know very well. I mean, that first crash he had was spectacular. And he just walked away from it without so much as a limp. There is Yuki Kuni, as you've pointed out in the past, Daniel, getting that new version of the Honda CBR Triple R has just suited Yuki Kuni down to the ground. So the bike was made for him.
Yeah, he just looks so comfortable on it. He looks more confident than we've ever seen him. I mean, you can tell from the body language, this is a bike that he loves, and he's finding no issue getting around with this bike very quickly. And Yuki currently, I think no one has the qualifying rears on. So Yuki running medium rears and hard fronts.
Yeah, the track temperature coming up now. It was cool for a long time this morning. Now up into the mid-40s. So really good working temperature for these Dunlops. I'm thinking if it remained cloudy that we'd see everybody on mediums, but now the temperature is coming up. We saw Yuki come out yesterday. The only rider to do so early on was Yuki Kuni on hard front, hard rear.
And he was trendsetter for that setup, and in practice 2 we saw the majority of the grid trying the hard front, hard rear. And Yuki comes across for his first flying lap at 37.1, so already a decent lap time from Yuki on his first flying lap.
There is a nice close-up shot of the Ducati of Hafiz Shirin. Starts a flying lap now. Behind him, Osama Murray for Victor Racing. And Lachlan Epis was tracking progress of Yuki Kuni, as we saw a little bit earlier on. Yesterday, Lachlan improved and improved and improved. He ended up 6th fastest with a best time 1:36.9. 1:36.3 was the best time, which belonged to Soichiro Minamoto. More of him later when we see him on screen. But Daniel, this is the closest, most precariously poised championship of all, which is kind of unusual for ASB 1000. 7 points separate the first 4 riders. This is the first of them with a 5-point advantage over Aslan Sharp, Hafiz Shirin, by virtue of, well, he had 1 DNF, he's had a 3rd, 2 seconds, and a 1st place finish. That's That's given him 81 points.
Alf is on a good lap as well. And Andy, for a second there, went up to the top. Then Yuki sets a 136.292. That is the fastest lap of this weekend. And that's done by Yuki Kuni. Soichiro Minamimoto, 136.9. He goes up into second. Hafiz was on a good lap, 136.5. He pushes Soichiro into third and takes second. Kasma, a decent lap from him, a 136.9. Near equal to Soichiro, which is what we wanted to see from Kasma.
Yeah, absolutely right. Frustrating when you see a rider of that quality who's not turning in the results that we know he's capable of. He's a rider having a good season, a little bit of a stutter last time out at Motegi. There's no doubting the quality of 26-year-old Andy Elang.
Yuki's on another fast one. It's fastest sector 2 from him. Soichiro and Kasma, they're riding together and doing very similar lap times, so it's another improvement coming in for the two Yamahas. But now Yuki's really putting it down. Andy, another Honda rider. He's on a decent lap. Should improve a bit.
Yeah, we have three young, really exciting Japanese riders here. The other one we mentioned, Soichiro and Yuki. Sho Nishimura, winner of race 1 in Motegi last time. So let's just take a look.
Issues with Zakon's bike again, but here
Yeah.
comes Yuki. Instead of a fast lap, it's a 136.244. It's a slight improvement for Yuki. But look out for the two Yamahas behind him. And up top goes Yamaha. Soichiro 135.8 for Soichiro Minamimoto. Kasma 136.1. This is the best we've seen of Yamaha all season.
Yeah. Kasma now on terms with his teammate, just 3/10 adrift. There is Lachlan Epis for Evolution Sports. Beautifully turned out BMW. Chiro Minamimoto going through there. Yamaha Technique Racing Team. Lachlan looking good, just gone through to our left.
To go from the two Yamahas, both of them not running the qualifying compounds, using the medium rear. This is really impressive from both the Yamahas. Both Soichiro and Kasma are really performing well this weekend, and they're going even faster on this lap. So another good improvement coming in. They have unlocked a formula at Yamaha, and it's working for them really well.
Saw some optimism in interviews on Thursday from Kasma. Neither of those riders has appeared on the podium yet this season. Best result, the P4 for Soichiro. But it's looking a lot more promising that we're going to see at least one of these on the box this weekend.
Soichiro's on course to do a very low 135 now. It's just a final turn coming up after this one. Got Lachlan in front of him. Kasma just lost a bit of pace in sector 2 and 3. So Kasma won't improve much in this lap, but here comes Soichiro. A 135.8, so, sorry, 135.4, so a really good lap time for Soichiro. This is closing down to Marcus's lap time now.
Yeah, getting faster and faster, yeah. One of the Hondas there ran off, can't quite see who that is. Soichiro just having a look round, having done 3 successive fast laps, each of which was faster than the previous one. Lachlan looking determined. We first saw real signs of his quality here at Mandalika in 2023. Currently with the best time of 137.2. Done his best sector 1, decent sector 2. The Australian.
So it shows just set in a decent lap time of 136.8. Goes up into provisional 7th. Andy down at 6th for now. Lachlan's on a decent lap. Nearly identical sector times to Sho Nishimura. Both of them on BMWs.
Yeah, BMWs weren't up near the top as we might have expected yesterday in free practice. Looking for improvements. Nakarina Tirapuvapat for Honda Asia Dream Racing is the fastest of that particular exalted trio so far. He's third with a 136.2. Zakwan completes another lap, 1:37.1. That's his best so far, so everything going in the right direction. Andy Farid back in the Honda Asia Dream Racing pits, and Zakwan, we saw his bike in there just a few minutes ago, now out. Zakwan, oh, I think this is his first flying lap. No, it's not.
Yeah, Zakwan just came up from pit lane. They had that issue again, and again, it's 4 sessions in a row for Zakwan. Either a crash or a bike issue. It's a really unfortunate weekend for Zakwan Zaidi so far.
Here is Kama Murray. On the Yamaha for Victor Racing Team. Currently on a 1:41.8. Thomas' best time yesterday was a 1:41.6. So he's heading in the right direction. Still got 28 minutes to go. Sorry, 29 minutes almost to go.
Now the top 6 in ASB are back into pit lane. I think there'll be one more stint in with the qualifying compounds, and then maybe a third one just for race pace and race setup. Now on track still Sho Nishimura. Laughlin's just come back into pit lane. Azan Shah as well out on track. We haven't seen him since the start, but he's all the way down in 10th now. Zakwan at 37.2 goes up into 9th.
Yeah, 2 former champions there in 9th and 10th. Aslan was the inaugural champion in 2019. Zakwan was the next champion in 2022 because of the COVID break.
Now we're back into pit lane, so for now out on track we just have Zakwan Zaidi, Azan Shah and Sho Nishimura. Zakwan on an improving lap. Decent sector 1 from Zakwan, 3/10 down from the fastest sector 1 time.
Zakwan needs some quality time on track, doesn't he, after such a horrible day yesterday.
Started this one already tough for him with that big, I have no idea what happened there, but it looked like something around his right handlebar just not working right. Could be anything, throttle brake, or just one of the M&M buttons on his handlebars.
M&M buttons means that they're different colours, right, Daniel?
That is right, that is right, yeah.
Yeah. There he is. Challenging season for Zakwan. Fractured bones in both his hands at Zhuhai in free practice. That took him out of contention there. Still coming back from injury, although amazingly quickly in Motegi. Right hand still carrying a brace.
It's been really a tough season for Zakwan. That double arm injury for him. Then this weekend going really tough. And even in Suzuka 8 hours, he had to retire early because of a bike issue. So been tough for him.
Got some quality time now. Hope that continues. Here's Sho Nishimura, race 1 winner from Motegi last month. First saw him in ARRC in China back in April, but great addition to the series. Just 20 years old, as is Yuki Kuni.
Sho Nishimura has actually, Soichiro Minamimoto has actually equaled, well, bested Marcus's fastest race lap in race 1 last season. So this is impressive from Yamaha and Soichiro.
That is fantastic because Marcus was peerless here last year.
Really was. It's good days for the championship, seeing everything start to get faster, and really good days for Yamaha. I think just flown off Sho's bike there.
Did it fly off his bike, or was it a tear off?
Yeah, I think it could just be some debris or just a tear off.
Unaware of it, whatever it is.
Show looking at his sector times for now. Some improvement in sector 2. Not too shabby of a lap, but it's not going to push him much further up. Got only 2 riders on track, Sho Nishimura and Zakwan Zaidi. Eric Saputra still hasn't done a fast lap yet. Our wildcard rider from Indonesia.
He's got a decent domestic record, hasn't he? He had a crash yesterday, came out briefly in the final session. It'd be good to see him back on track and competitive.
Zakwan now just getting some mileage on the track. Sector times are not too impressive on this lap, so I think he's just trying to break that feeling and just get his body limit up. Azan Shah just watching on. 89 years old right now, Azan Shah. Real senior in this championship.
Yeah, he is, and there are some really good young riders. Zakwan, one of the mature but still young. Been racing for so long, it feels like he's been around forever. I was saying earlier, former ASB 1000 champion 2022. So won, without checking my stats here, 2 Intersport championships when that was the blue ribbon class in ARRC. Back here now with Yuki Kuning, currently 4th for SDG Team Hart Pro. That beautifully turned out 2024 Honda 1000 Triple R. They're coming out for another stint now. Same tyre combination as we saw earlier. Hard front, medium rear. The riders emerging again from the pits. We're not quite at the halfway point in the session yet. That's Andy Farid. Istihar, one of 3 riders for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo.
Andy already on the qualifying race, so this is currently outlap, I believe, for Andy Farid. Yeah, that's his outlap, so flying lap coming up.
So let's see what makes the difference. We saw in Super Sports earlier that the difference was about 1 second. Let's see how that computes for the Indonesian Andy Farid Istihar. Again, still young, but has been racing forever. National experience, world experience. And came into Superbikes so strongly as a rookie in 2023. And has really established himself as a front runner, currently 3rd in the championship. But as we were saying earlier, the 7 points separate top 4 riders in this category, and we are just getting into the second half of the season as of this weekend, as of this afternoon's race 1.
Yeah, looking at Andy's sector times, it's not too impressive on the qualifying race for him. He might just have 1 more flying lap in it, but this lap not gonna do much for Andy's starting position. Comes across the line at 136.5, so a slight improvement, but he does remain in 6th place.
Chiro still sits at the top and still sits in the pits, as does his teammate Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin. Those 2 are top, and another rider we haven't seen on track yet, Nakarina Tirat Puvapat, has the 3rd best time. Kuning wants to change the way that those top 3 look. He's out again, hasn't got his qualifier on yet. 20 minutes remaining, so half the session still to go.
Bold move by Yuki. He's still running on the medium rears. He's not put on the qualifying compounds yet. I think he's confident in just finding race pace first before trying to do one really hot lap.
Yeah, there are several ways to do this.
And Yuki does go up into third now. 136.2 for Yuki Kuni. That's his fastest lap of the weekend.
And qualifier there. Going on Soichiro. The R1 of Soichiro Minamoto. And we can guess that the same will be true for his teammate, Kazma Daniel.
They're not coming out together this time. It's a solo lap for Soichiro, and it looks like it's going to be a solo lap for Kazma as well.
Yeah, Fizz also on the way out as Andy Farid Izdihar flashes through turn 1. Turn 1 goes into another right-hander, turn 2, as you can see. Then you've got a double left, turns 3 and turn 4.
It's a good lap from Andy Farid, 135.9, so that puts him into second. He's doing one more flying lap, so it looks like they have 3 hot laps that they're able to do, but second one already really a lot of time lost from Andy, so I think that qualifying tire losing grip on the third hot lap.
Yeah, that was a brief stop for Zakwan. Have a look at the back of his Honda.
So I think it was a qualifying rear ready for Zakwan, so
Yeah.
I think Zakwan's gonna waste no time, try to get that bike around as quick as he can.
There goes Hafiz. Is down in 6th currently, best time 136.44. Is almost identical to his best time yesterday.
Interesting to see whether Hafiz can find a 135. We've got 2 riders who've done 135s, Soichiro and Andy. Soichiro on non-qualifying compounds, mind you, at 35.4. Sharon slowing down. Is he going back to Hafiz have an issue?
He's not happy. We don't know what that is.
That is really strange.
Yeah, because he has got that qualifier on.
And he's lost a lot of drive coming up through the last turn, so this is not going to be a really good lap from Hafiz. So
No, it won't be.
that's 1 lap burnt on the qualifying race for Hafiz Sharin.
But he did come into the pits. I mean, the body language looked like he was going to make a pit stop.
Get an issue, but I think he just didn't want anyone following behind him, but he has essentially just hampered his lap time on this one. Well, let's look at sector 1 for Hafiz. He's about to come across that, 27.1. That's not where it needs to be. He's about 2 to 3 tenths down on where he should be.
Oh,
That's Eric Saputra, another fall for him, the second fall for Eric Saputra this weekend. Really unfortunate for the wild card.
yeah, that's a shame. He's finding things tough in ASB 1000, unfortunately. Hafiz about to go past Osama.
Yeah, that's a bit of traffic there for Hafiz. He let Osama and Nakarin get past, but now he's got Osama in the way of him, so this lap is completely burnt for Hafiz Sharin now. Tries to go on the outside of Osama, but not enough room there. And Osama really in the way of Hafiz there, so Hafiz needs to hope that the next lap is going to be a good one for him. He slowed down completely, I think just give him some space, and he's doing it again, so...
Yeah, this time he's going to have to really make sure he gets a slingshot out of that final turn 17.
Saw tactical drama going on with the 250s.
Yeah.
And now it's here for the thousands.
Yeah, looking up there, Kazma Daniel, qualifying rear. No surprise on the back of that with 15.5 minutes remaining here. Here goes Hafiz. This is his last opportunity on the qualifier, almost for certain.
Loughlin's just set in a really good sector 1. He's only a 10th down of the best sector 1 timing, so a good lap coming in from Loughlin Epis. Here's Hafiz Sharin. He's going to come across the first sector. anytime now we're going to get an indication whether it's a good lap coming in from Hafiz. It's a decent one, just identical to Lachlan,
yeah,
actually.
identical to Lachlan, yeah.
Again, I think it's that drive out of that last turn that misses out for Hafiz lap time wise. So let's see if Hafiz has enough grip in the rear tires. We've seen already that Andy tried a third lap, didn't go very well. This is Hafiz's second flying lap. Hafiz showing now through the double right-hander. Looking at sector 2 for Hafiz, it's slower. It's not faster for Hafiz Sharin, and
Soichiro is off.
On the qualifying
Off track
tires.
anyway, yeah. That shiny qualifying tyre. Got a lot of kitty litter stuck to it. Fizz continues.
Late drama in qualifying now. Nakarin going through Osama there. Here's Hafiz Sharin, he does have space in front of him. Sector 3 is an improvement, but Sector 2 was quite slower than what Hafiz would have wanted. He goes around the last turn now. Where's this going to put Hafiz Sharin? This is surely his last flying lap of the qualifying race. He comes across. Is it a 35? It's a 35.9, so still a decent lap for Hafiz in JDT Racing. Provisional front row for them now. But we still have Kasma to go in qualifiers. Yuki Kuni still waiting for his time.
Yeah, but qualifier of Hafiz is shot. He just rolled off and sat up. There is Kazma. He's on a qualifier, but aborted this lap. I think he was on a flying lap then.
There's his out lap. So he didn't get sector 1 yet. It says out lap. So still 2 potential hot laps for Kasma. Can he make it on the front row, which will be for the first time this season for Kasma Daniel?
Here it is. He was really strong earlier in the session. Still currently in P4.
There were yellow flags there at turn 1, and Kasma had to back off. So I wonder what's going on there. Kasma's completely backed off from this lap. There was something going on with yellow flags there. So
yeah, he's going to need to cruise around and save that qualifier. See if he can get two fast laps in.
big conversations there between Mr. Loris and the team for JDT Racing Team. But for now, that's Hafiz Sharin's qualifying tyre run done and dusted.
Yep, so he'll for sure come back in. Here he comes.
Out on track right now on qualifying tyres is Kasma Daniel. He's joined on track by just Osama. Yuki Kuni still in pit lane. He'll be going out for the final 10 minutes, I believe. Nakarin as well. I don't think he was in qualifying compounds the last we saw him.
No. I've seen very little of him.
That's the qualifying rear of Hafiz Sharin.
That's a good shot.
So as we can see, the tyres don't, there's not too much abrasion from the track, but definitely the qualifying tyres only give about 2-3 laps.
Yeah, there's Yuki Kuni, currently 5th. 11.5 minutes remaining. He hasn't done his qualifying tyres yet. Here's Kazma.
Kasma's last lap disturbed due to a yellow flag there, out at turn 1. He comes now, and then again, he's overshot it. Something is wrong with Kasma's bike.
Frustration there from Kazma. Beats the left clip on. Lost the last lap, so he's going to have to trundle around again. So after he's off, Soichiro Minamoto is back.
They can't get that bike stopped for Kasma, and that's really strange. I don't know if it's an engine braking issue or whether the qualifying tyres just give a weird feeling on the rear that Kasma can't really slow it down, but that is really strange. Not a single hot lap done by Kasma on the qualifiers. He might try one more. Here's a replay of what happened. He goes down the front straight, gets onto the brake, clamps on, shifts down again. Yeah, there it is, that wobble. I think just, yeah, something in the setup, maybe not sitting well with Kasma. That's 2 laps, other than just a out lap gone already for Kasma.
Yeah, perhaps the next plan will be to put a different tyre on the back and sort out his race pace, because he did look so promising earlier in this session. Soichiro back. He's still on provisional pole.
Soichiro is still laughing with the team, so he's confident. And a confident rider is always going to be a fast rider. Someone's heading on. It sounds like one of the either the BMWs or the Honda. Hasan Shah is out on track as well. That was Andy Farid coming out.
There is Aslan. That telltale flash of green on the back. Plenty of flashes of green, in fact, on that TKKR BMW. Currently fourth, 136.1, his best time. We know he's going to show up in race 1 this afternoon, but it'd be good to see him as far up the starting order as possible.
Hasan Shah needs a good lap coming in. Right down the order right now, and even Shone Shimura's team as well not showing up yet. So here's Kazuma Daniel. This is his attempt at salvaging what is left on that qualifying rear, and it's not looking too good of a lap. He was faster on the medium rears, and I would say that's just down to those 2 laps being wasted due to some errors.
Yeah, as we've seen in other classes, well, in 600s, the qualifying rear doesn't necessarily suit every riding style. What do you make of that in Kazuma's case, Daniel?
Yeah, I think maybe just that qualifying rear just snapped with a bit of more grip than Kazuma would have expected. And maybe the bike was set up well for the hard and the medium tires. It just didn't come together for Kazuma on those 2 laps. So really unfortunate for Kazuma. He comes across, it's not going to be a significant lap time for him. Looks somewhere in the high 136, and yeah, 136.986. So really unfortunate for Kazuma Daniel, but on normal race tires his pace was decent, so he can hope for a really good race.
Yeah, and if he can start from row 1, row 2, that'll be good for him if he can get a good getaway.
Yeah, definitely. If Kazuma can just be in the second row, there's plenty of overtaking opportunities here in Mandalika. Here's Nakarin now. I think Nakarin hasn't had a run on the qualifying rears. Azan Shah on track is on qualifying rears,
but not really doing anything that's going to threaten.
It's a tricky session. Not everyone happy with the way it's riding around this circuit.
This is exactly when you'd expect Aslan Shah to pull out a fast lap. With 7 minutes remaining. Eric Saputra back on track.
Yuki's come on at some point. He has improved, but again, it's not impressive, and he should be in qualifying rears now with the time remaining.
Giro prepares to come out once again for the final time. Under 7 minutes remaining. There is Andy Farid. He's on a hard front and a medium rear, which looks like it will be the combination of choice for at least the Hondas.
Yeah, Sal did mention that the temperatures, lower temperatures are making it very possible that the medium rear will be the faster and the best option for the race. And it looks like even from today we saw that that is how the majority would like to ride it. Andy Farid comes across now. I guess it's just a race setup again for Andy. Soichiro, does he still have qualifying tires on the rear? Because he did only get his out lap, and during his hot lap he had his fall.
No.
Yep, normal mediums. But pace-wise,
yeah,
he's been fine with the normal race tires, so I think...
Yeah, good pace from Soichiro, good pace from his teammate Kazma. It's a shame Kazma couldn't do a bit more with that qualifying tyre. He's consulting there with the ubiquitous Weechi Wee. Good to see him in that bit. That's not going to do Kazma any harm.
Yeah. And that was Azan Shah there, going around for his final lap on his qualifying rears. Comes around to turn 16 into 17, and the sector's not looking too good for Azan Shah, except for sector 3 is decent, but sector 1 he's lost a lot of time. Comes across, it's a 38, so really not where we expect Aslan to be, and the way he's looking now, he's going to start from 10th place.
Yeah, that's a long way back. We know he's good at coming through the field, but it's giving him a lot of work to do.
Laughlin's on the qualifying race. You can just see how much grip that tire was giving him, and Tuyu Joe's bike's completely dismantled now, so looks like bike issues for Tuyu Joe. That's definitely qualifying done for him.
And he completes another lap. 136.4. As you said, Daniel, that's basically a race. This is a race setup stint for Andy Farid. What can he do to scramble back up towards the top of the standings after losing his lead in Motegi? No, we haven't seen much of this young man in this session so far, but there he is, Nakarina Tirapuvapat, the number 41 for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. Currently lying 6th, currently on a hard front and a medium rear. Best time 136.2 for him, 0.8 off best time of the session.
Hafiz is out doing some laps. He's just done a 36.6. There he is on screen. And Ifar just a little bit further behind him. Sorry, in front of him, Nakarin was behind him. Oh, that's a big crash. That's Soichiro's bike completely destroyed.
Wow. That is a huge blow. Late in qualifying, he'd already put himself on provisional pole. That's just throwing a big chance away.
It's good to see him walk away from that, because that bike is completely destroyed. While that's happening, Yuki's on a really hot lap. Fastest through Sector 1, fastest through Sector 2. He's not even on qualifying race, he's on mediums. I don't think Yuki's come out with qualifying races.
No, we were expecting him to do this, but to do it on a qualifying rear. So this is really interesting to watch. It's not a great Sector 3. It's okay.
It's just an okay Sector 3. Can he stitch up these last few turns? Will Yuki Kuni go on pole position? Comes around 10-16 into 17. Yuki confident, he's been fast with the normal compounds. Andy Farid as well, it's fastest Sector 1 from Andy Farid, but Yuki Kuni 35.7. Yuki goes provisional second, but Andy Farid now, he's on a really hot lap on race tires.
Yeah, Sector 2, okay for Andy.
Yeah, it's lost a bit of time there.
Yeah, but this is a good performance on race tyres. So we're asking questions about Andy. Can he scramble back to form after that little dip in Motegi?
Yeah, Sector 3's lost time again.
Yeah, nothing much else happening out there. 2 minutes left on the clock. And he shoots past, I think that was Eric Saputra, who had his hand up. But no obstruction anyway. Now let's see what Andy did in that final sector.
36.9 for Andy, so a brilliant Sector 1, but the other sector's just not matching what he did in the first sector.
Yeah, in terms of race pace, not bad. That was a great lap from Yuki Kuni. Mediums. Now then, Kazma back on normal race tyres. Assuming he's on a hard front and a medium rear. This rider is. Being Hafiz Shirin on the Ducati. It's clearly a favoured combination. See what Kazma's doing this time out. A modest Sector 1 for Kazma. Going to come through Sector 2 now. Not a bad Sector 2, so his pace is all right, Kazma. I don't think this is going to lift him up the starting order, but he's looking all right. Provisionally in the middle of row 2. Daniel's off to go and find probably Tsuchiro Minamoto. he can get back from wherever he crashed. Staying here with Kazma. Yeah, this is a respectable lap, let's say, from Kazma. His best time 1:36.1, which he set early in the session. He goes across, that was a 1:37.5, and that was his last time around. Now on track we've got Nakarina Terapuvapat, currently down in 6th, and Hafiz Sharin currently leading the second row, provisional P4. Not looking at any major improvements from either of those riders, so this is probably qualifying done, which will mean that the rider whose Yamaha R1 is currently in bits, Toichiro Minamoto, will start from pole position this afternoon. But let's just hold our fire. That was a 1:36.2 from Hafiz. Decent pace. Zakwan Zaidi comes around once again. Just getting some valuable bike time. Using the low 1:37s. Eric Saputra just behind him. Wildcard number 77. Zakwan's teammate Andy Farid comes across there. His last time around was 1:35.9. A good pace showing from Soichiro, from Yuki Kuni, Andy, and from Kazma. But the fastest is the man there with the broken bike, Soichiro Minamoto for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. 1:35.426 puts him on pole position for race 1 this afternoon. Yuki Kuni, a really interesting session from him and a good session for SDG Team Hark Pro, 1:35.789. Andy Farid joins those two on the front row. He will start from 3rd for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. Hafiz Sharin for JDT Racing Team on the Ducati will start 4th. Next to him, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. Nakarina Terapuvapat for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo will start 6th. 7th, after a good session, Lachlanifis, the best time for him, 1:36.3. And Zakwan Zaidi will be alongside him in P8. Sho Nishimura and Aslan Shah for TKKR BMW Racing Team start from 9th and 10th, ahead of Osama Murray, Eric Saputra and Teo Yu Cho, who will start from 13th position. So, fascinating session for ASB 1000 qualifying, with another good performance from Soichiro Minamoto, who was fastest in free practice on combined times yesterday. Fastest today to set pole position, albeit his team have a bit of work to do to put the bike back together. Let's have a look at how all of that panned out. First out of pit lane were Yuki Kuni. And Soichiro Minamoto made his presence felt from very early in the session, topping the timing screen within 10 minutes. Early time of 1:35.8. That time was to come down. Lachlanifis there, number 83 on Evolution Sports BMW. Looked strong and consistent all the way through the session. Hafiz Sharin tried a few things. He was getting bulked there by Osama Murray. That was a run-off there we saw from Soichiro Minamoto. Kazma Daniel showed so well early in the session. He was second for a while, but didn't make it count on qualifiers. Real frustration for the young Malaysian there, and an older Malaysian here. Aslan Shah on TKKR BMW also had a frustrating session. Neither did he make those qualifiers work. Andy Farid, Istiha, was solid in this session. Well, all the way around, always close to the top. In the end, he would come through third. But excellent race pace from Andy Gilang, the Indonesian hero. Macarena Turapuvapat, who we saw perform so strongly at Motegi. A difficult session, third earlier on, but he would end up on the second row. And down right at last knockings was Soichiro Minamoto, having already secured pole position. Yuki Kuni came strong, came late to come through from fourth position to lift himself into second. So the front row is going to be Soichiro Minamoto, who ended the session in the gravel. Next to him will be Yuki Kuni for STD Team Half Pro, and Andy Farid will be start from third position. We're going to go down to Daniel.
It's a really good qualifying result from you, second place, and the pace is looking good on race tires, but we noticed one detail. You did not use qualifying tires in this session. Could you tell us what was the decision behind that?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy about I get a P2. And why we didn't use the qualifying tire? Because we know it for this track, it not works for the qualifying tire. That's why we working a lot for the race tire, also for the average, and also we have make a lap time. So we are really on the confidence. So we are looking forward.
Thank you so much, Yuki. Good luck for the races coming up.
Thank you.
So there is qualifying wrapped up. It's time to take a break now. We will be back at 1 p.m. just before the first race of the afternoon, which will be the TVS Asia 1 make. So Daniel Bogers and I will be joined by the mighty Des Corkill, and we will be taking you through the race action this afternoon for all 5 classes. So check your TV schedules, check the live stream feed, and join us in about 45 minutes from now for an exciting afternoon of scintillating motorcycle racing at Mandalika for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you very soon.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7.